What's up, YouTubers? Your girl Survivor here. I'm a little late, but anybody who wished me a happy Thanksgiving today, happy Thanksgiving back at ya. Um, I actually wanted to go live earlier, but you know me, I get caught up in researching and stuff. I did, have dinner with my daughter today. That was nice. And then we went to Bright Night for the Christmas lights and everything, and that was nice. And I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. I just wanted to come on and, you know, just, I was looking at, like a few things and trying to see. I mean, my God, I was looking like and around the world, there is just so many, many riots going on. I mean, I can't even keep track anymore, like what everybody is rioting about if it doesn't have to do with like the predominant thing that I'm seeing in all of it is looting. And I mean all over the world. I'm not just saying here, you know what I mean? Um, and I find that so horrible because so many of the business owners, like in the LA riots in '92, were Korean business owners and, Black business owners, Hispanic business owners, white business owners. Let's not forget about them. Just people who probably came to America because it's the land of opportunity. Okay. Now I understand that some people they don't get all the opportunities in the world, but at the same time that I was doing my research, I was also, watching a lot of videos that were made from, Black people that are, not just Black people, and there was a woman from Cameroon, I believe, in West Africa, uh, and I believe that she does have a video on YouTube where she came from a place where she was so, her name is Nastrid Yumga, and the um, the problem, like, and she was saying that a lot of these people who were looting and rioting and, talking about, oppression and um, poverty and corruption of civil rights and, police corruption, politician corruption, um, civil rights unrest, that she said if you were born in West Africa or, some other country that is comparable to that, you would know what real poverty, political corruption, civil rights unrest and abuse, um, what, was. And that the fact that when she finally came to, America and she, has her master's in healthcare administration, she's a reservist in the U.S. Air Force. And for her, that was freedom. And I guess, that she had gone to one of the protests and she was saying, like, stop, stop. This is not the way to deal with things because in actuality, it really isn't. I mean, there was another woman who was a tenured professor, another Black woman. What I was looking at was called, it was a, like a university website where they had a lot of videos that were from, black and white alike, that were giving their views on just life, America, and their views of things. And the woman who is a, professor at Vanderbilt University, Carol Swain, a black woman, she said that she started out poor. She had 3 children before the age of 20. Single mother, 3 children before the age of 20. And that now she's a tenured professor. And that, although she agrees that racism shaped the black experience, but it does not define it. And that what she did was she worked hard, she made good choices, and because of because of America, like, you can view it as you want, okay? You know, and then, yes, every system has its faults, and I'm not racist. I am, and by no means am I rich. Um, and I have been racially profiled by police. Believe it or not, it happens. It happens. And it does happen. If say you're white, okay, and you happen to have to drive through a predominantly um, black or Hispanic area where, like, it's known for its drug activity, but you have to go that way, because that's the way you have to go home. You could be pulled over because you're white in that area. Okay? It happens. It happens. That's racial profiling. The thing is that the opportunity in the land of opportunity, I believe that it means that the freedom to pursue it, to pursue opportunity and the betterment of your life is the freedom of, you know, your choices and where you choose to be. Like, yeah, and there are countries where they would love to be in America because they're not afforded any freedom or opportunities or anything. I mean, the poverty is just phenomenal. The rape, the unrest, the political corruption is just, immeasurable. And it continues to go on, continues to go on. So that's why some of those people in those, third world countries, in the politically corrupt countries, and, all of that with the civil unrest, they want to come to America. What happens when they get here? Do they start a business, work hard, save their money, start a business, and then have their, business destroyed during a riot that, you know, for a circumstance that they had no control over and took no part of? Why should everybody suffer? Yeah, okay, Laura. Like, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know anything about me? Is that all you're going to do? You're going to come in and state an opinion, but you can't have a conversation, you know? I'm not racist in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, if you want to state an opinion, I am perfectly happy to allow that and to hear, what you have to say and have a discussion about it. I don't understand why you would, racial profiling is about oppression. Do you know what oppression is? It's when you destroy the businesses of hardworking people. And now they're, back under the gun. Now they're back to square one. And now they're oppressed. What are they going to do? I mean, I know if people could say, oh, but the insurance will cover it. Is that what you think? I mean, the insurance might cover it, but do you know how high their premiums are going to go up? In Kenosha alone, there was $50 million worth of damage. Someone last night had said, oh, but that was a peaceful protest. Why would he go there with a gun? I watched the videos because somebody else that was in the live stream had said, did you see the videos? Honestly, I didn't look at those videos, but I did today. And that was in no way, shape, or form peaceful. That wasn't peaceful. When you're like, I guess, during the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, I do not agree with that verdict. In the least. Not in the least. I don't agree with the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. But when you go to a, quote unquote peaceful protest, but you have urine to throw at, the reporters and people there. Where'd you get that urine from? Did you come with the urine with the intent to throw it? Or why pry open the gate to a jail? What were you planning to allow criminals out? I don't understand the concept of not knowing where the money comes to rebuild. And even when you look back at some of the cities that have suffered a riot, when you go and you look back at those cities, a lot of them had a real hard time rebuilding. Some of them aren't even up to the same way they were, you know? And I guess things won't ever change, really, will they? If, I, as a non-racist white person, but I am a woman, and Jewish, from Jewish descent. But when I speak of something that I, have watched and researched and give my opinion on it, and I know that everybody wouldn't agree, but to be treated as if my opinion doesn't matter and to not be heard. Well, let me tell you, that's oppression. So right now, people who have that, prejudgmental feeling, oh, she's white, she's racist, blah, blah, blah. And, just want to say derogatory opinions. It just seems to me that it's really not unity between, American people to have conversations and peaceful, protests. So, hey, that's fine. I mean, growing up on welfare, I'm a single mom, back when they used to have those, the paper food stamps. Um, it was embarrassing. And I'm going to guess it was probably embarrassing to both white and black children if your mother would send you to the store with, food stamps, pay for something. You know, I never thought that that was a privilege. Mm-mm, I really didn't. Um, yeah, I don't sound ridiculous. You can go fuck yourself, Laura Roach, or whatever the fuck your name is. Go fuck yourself. Seriously. I heard somebody say, um, white privilege is, if you get stopped by the police and there's a broken window and, there's two kids, a black one and a white one walking down the street. The white privilege is that they're going to question the black person first or accuse the black person first. But in the videos I was watching about, somebody was explaining that, if you go into a store and a black man walks in and a white man walks in, who do you serve first? Well, my response would be whoever came in first. Okay? Whoever came in first, that's who you serve first. But in other people's aspects, it could be if the clerk serves the black person first, it's because they don't trust the black person to be wandering around the store alone while they're serving the white person. So that could be deemed racist. It could, and then on the flip side, if you serve the white person first, it's you're racist because you served the white person first. When the actual real answer is whoever came in first, whoever asked for help first. I mean, do you know that there is people who are white or black that actually don't even, it doesn't even go through their head. I'm going to serve that person first because they're black, or I'm going to serve that person first because they're white. It doesn't even go through their head. The majority of people, it doesn't even go through their head. I can honestly tell you that. Hi, Day Day. It just doesn't go through a lot of people's head to give, they just want to, it's their job and it's customer service. I'm a bartender. So if a black person and a white person walk in and I go, say the white person, comes in first, but I go over to them and I say, what do you have? And they don't know what they're going to hum and ha, hum and ha. I'm not going to make the black customer wait. I'm going to say, well, when you know what you want, let me know. I'm going to serve this person. And because I want to expedite and give the best, yeah, give the best service. I don't see them as a color, you know? I don't. If there's, a white customer and they're a complete ass, derogatory to a black customer or to me, or vice versa, I have no problem, saying something because I want nobody that is, a patron of somewhere where I'm working and I'm responsible for, everybody's enjoyment and comfortable, feeling comfortable. It, you know, I know bad behavior when I see it coming from anybody, anyone, anyone at all. So for me to be, when I'm talking about like a touchy subject like this, I'm not saying it from a white person's view. I'm just saying it from my view, and I'm taking quite a beating for it. I really am. I feel like the George Floyd or the Tony Timpa of YouTube. But I got a knee on my neck, you know, because I can either choose to speak out against the fact that I just don't want everyone deemed the same. Not every black person is a criminal. Not and not every black person hates white, and not every white person is a racist or has privilege. You know, I mean, I've received speeding tickets. They don't let me go. Um, I know black people who have been pulled over and have also received speeding tickets. Um, or they sometimes maybe get lucky, get a warning. Me too. The luck of the draw. I mean, likable people are just likable people. That's all it is. It's the character of a person that defines the person. It's not their skin color. Not to me, anyway. And for me to be attacked in a blanket form, like, oh, here's a white person talking about, racial inequality or this or that, or giving their opinions on things. She's just some racist that, has white privilege. What does she know? That's oppression. For me to be covered under a blanket statement and labeled as something is prejudgment, and I can't comprehend. I just can't comprehend it. I mean, if I came from a rich background, right, I probably wouldn't give a crap about anything that's going on in the world because it probably wouldn't even affect me because I'd be rich, right? Because I'd be rich. And I wouldn't have to worry about this or that or this or that. I'd only have to like think about, oh, my money, my money, my money, and what people, keeping up with the Joneses and what's the latest name brand that's gonna, display how rich I am. Um, I just, when I see like a white person who's ultra wealthy or a black person that's ultra wealthy, I can't help but think of how useful maybe if they just gave $1 million to, the hunger or the homelessness in any kind of neighborhood or country or state or anything. I don't think of, oh, if they just gave that to, some poor white people or some poor black people. I don't think that way. I have sympathy for, you know, people that their schools get closed down in the neighborhood because they want to gentrify it. I don't care what color somebody is. I think it's disgusting to, you know, allow that kind of homelessness to be going on. And I think that it's just a shame that as opposed to having more support from people as people as a whole, you know what I mean? As a group that just sympathize with the, you know, the crimes on humanity, like, the, the the circumstances of some, and yet I can't get support as somebody who sympathizes with people in bad situations, no matter what color they are. And I can't help but wonder, just like how, black people will wonder if that was a black man, though, would the circumstances have been different? I can't help but wonder if I was a black person, would I have not lost subscribers? If I was saying the same things I'm saying, would I be not getting attacked and called white privileged? Would I and a racist if I was black saying this stuff? Here's the thing that I'll keep talking. I'll keep saying what I feel, in my opinion, because it's not derogatory towards anyone. I do feel like um, the police brutality is not, is running unchecked because of the qualified immunity doctrine. But I feel like the fact as a white person talking about these kind of subjects, I lose support and get called names and get accused of things and get judged. I think that's disgusting. And I do think that might have something to do with my color because you know why? Because I'm white, so it's easy for people to start calling me a racist and saying, what do I know? Um, easy. It's easy for them to do that to me. I can't have the same complaint as a black person that has been wrongly accused because of misidentification because they're black, right? Like everybody would say, well, yeah, but you can't think that, oh, just because they're black, everybody's a criminal. But because I'm talking about something that I see as a worldwide problem, homelessness and hunger, the lack of good education in the schools, um, the police brutality as a almost worldwide problem, really. I can't have that opinion because I'm white. So I was supposed to be privileged, and I'm a racist because I talk about it. I'll tell you what it does do. It makes it really hard to continue to be a compassionate individual. Because I'll tell you something, I haven't been shown much compassion. In some of the hardest times of my life, I was not shown much compassion at all. And I'm just wondering if this is just a non-compassionate. Hi, Ian. Hi, Day Day. I hope you both had good Thanksgiving. How are you both doing? If you're even still here, I don't know. You know, it's funny. I'm wondering, like, as a white person, where was my, like, the whole privilege of, like, I shouldn't I have, like, just banged out subscribers right away? Should I be losing? Hi, Jose. How was your Thanksgiving? Hamsgiving. Hamsgiving? Happy Hamsgiving? Is that because you didn't have turkey? You know? Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, let's think about this. Let's think about Thanksgiving, shall we? Um, it was actually Lincoln who made one Thanksgiving. He said, we can only have one Thanksgiving because it was getting ridiculous when it has become prevalent in society now as a result. But I don't have white guilt. But do you think that the people who are like not supporting me do have white guilt, like, and that's why they won't support me? Oh my god, I just totally forgot what I was gonna say. Love you too, Jose. Um, holy crap, I was forgot. Oh, Thanksgiving, yeah, in Lincoln. Because every time that there would be like a battle against, I've always thought you were Mexican. You're funny. Uh, no, I was just wondering, like, 'cause that would make sense that I guess people with white guilt wouldn't support, would jump right on the train of, um, oh, we can't support what she's saying because she's talking about, she's a white person talking about something that apparently I can't, watch videos or see things and, determine my opinion. It's just an opinion. I'm not stating facts. Um, um, well, when they, would like have a battle between the Indians, way back when, they would celebrate and they'd call it Thanksgiving, right? But we all just keep going on with that Thanksgiving, and we know basically what occurred on that day, right? I know that we could say, yeah, but it's a holiday where we're giving thanks for what we have. But let's, those Indians, I'm certain they didn't, they don't have much to give thanks for it, right? Anymore, right? Or, so I mean, in actuality, there's such, um, trying to reflect on this. I get that, but how can you be held responsible? I don't know how Australia is for, what they offer for, um, things like, I really don't know, but how can, somebody now be held responsible for something, like it wasn't, my relatives weren't slave owners. Um, My mother was very poor growing up. She grew up in the north of England during World War II, and by the grace of God, survived it, and I'm here. But there is like some, white people that were actually just descendants from poor white people, and they never owned a slave. Not everybody in the U.S. was a slave owner. And the elite that did bring, what, Christmas isn't the same? No, Christmas isn't the same. It isn't. Um, you know, when, those elite and they were, bringing the slaves and everything, there was also very poor white people that had no job because of the exploitation of slavery, you know? I mean, so it hurt people, other people too. Um, People like to blame the British a lot for the slavery, but the abolitionists, and in 1833, slavery was, like abolished in Britain. And, you know, a lot of the, used to go carol, oh, I know. I don't think they've done that in ages, though, did you ever do that? Go caroling, Christmas caroling? I think I did when I was a kid, but nowadays you really couldn't because you don't know like whose door you're knocking on, you know? Because I remember when I was young, I used to be, I'm going to drop the link just in case anybody wants to come up. When I was little, I used to deliver newspapers, but it only lasted like 2 weeks because basically that's why I couldn't even imagine like, and this was, back way back when, but not way back when. But hi Deb, how are you? I did. I hope you had a great day too as well, Deb. Yeah, I had dinner with my daughter and stuff. But when I used to deliver the Sunday paper, people got written wrong for me. Please, but how can I still apologize for what happened? I saw a great movie one time about it was called The Rabbit Fence, and it was about an Aboriginal girl and her sister, and they walked the length of the fence to get back to their mother. Like they knew that the fence was being built there when they were taken from, their mother and put into like one of those homes where, a lot of it was the Christianity of it. They were like justifying it with, oh, they were going to turn them into Christians. They tried to make it like a religious thing in all aspects of slavery, even with the Indians and everything, the Aboriginals with the African, everything. They were like, oh, even with the Spanish Inquisition, like they wanted to. Oh, you do know that movie? What a great movie, wasn't it? Great movie. Um, they were trying to force some kind of a religion on people, and that movie, though, the director of that was, I like to watch the audio commentaries because I'm a real lover of movies, and that's an independent film, and I like independent films. And he was talking about, oh, a fresh tree. You're gonna get a tree. That's cool. All day you're getting a tree. Um, the guy was like a top director in Hollywood, and he was booked to do a like a Hollywood movie. In the meantime, somebody kept like trying to get him to read this independent script, the rabbit fence, and he he was, like independent film. I don't know, but I guess the actor that was supposed to be in the movie that he was, you know, going to be directing was really asking for a lot from the studio, and it was getting all held up and stuff. And he was like, you know what? Screw it. And he went and he did the rabbit fence instead. He said he couldn't take the demands of Hollywood and their studios and stuff. I just thought that was a great movie. I like independent films, but when I was talking about the when I was a little kid and I had the uh, paper route for Sunday paper, I remember I was collecting one, one day, and people will put their payment in an envelope underneath their mat outside their door. And I was young. I think I was like 11 or 12, and I bent down to um, get the envelope from under the mat, and the door opened to the apartment I was in front of, and it was a man standing there with just a t-shirt on, no pants, no nothing, no underwear, nothing, just naked from the waist down. I quit. I quit. Obviously, right? And the funny thing is I can kind of understand because I remember another time too. I was walking down the street and some guy pulled over and asked about like for directions. I was around the same time, same age, and like kind of said it low. So I walked closer to the car. Stupid, right? And the guy had his penis in his hand. Okay. Of course I ran away, but I never told my mother about those things because I felt embarrassed. So I can kind of like relate to how children won't, speak of those things because of it being like embarrassing to them, and it's horrible that older people will do that to little kids. Did you ever go Christmas caroling, Dex? I don't know if I ever even had any Christmas carolers ever outside of my house. Oh, you did. You know what? I meant to do that. No, 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 no. I meant to. I'm gonna fix that right now. I'll fix that right now. I meant to actually do that already, but I didn't. I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad. Maybe. There, I fixed it. No, I never did, but I remember people doing it. Oh shit! I gotta try to the full whatever. Do they have the same Christmas carols in Australia? I still don't know what kind of a tree you have in Australia when you're like, do they like have like pine trees, sent in, like what do they have? Do they have pine trees in Australia? Would you like me to carol for you? Mhm. Rocking around the Christmas tree. I don't know the rest of the words. I did go to Bright Nights though tonight. Where they do all the Christmas lights and everything, and that was nice. Went out to eat with my daughter. That was nice as well. A Christmas bush. A Christmas bush. Hi, Pink. A Christmas bush. A Christmas bush. Hi, Pink. Oh, you got your YouTube on in the background, Day Day.
Bells will be ringing. Oh,
Turn your YouTube off. YouTube on in the background, Day Day.
bells will.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Pink.
I hate that. The older I get, the more I forget words.
I know,
Bells
right?
will be ringing.
A
On
sad, sad man. That's my favorite Christmas carol. Oh, what a and
Christmas.
have the blues.
Oh, what a night. I'll
I
be,
have no one. I
you
have no,
know,
but I'll be happy
I'll
Christmas
be
once
happy,
again.
happy once again.
I want you to something like that, right? That's my favorite. That's by the Eagles.
What was that one called?
Is it Please Come Home for Christmas?
Oh yeah, I think that was sung by a girl group or something, wasn't it? Girl
I
group
thought it was
always sing good
the
Christmas songs.
Eagles do it, but the Eagles do it too. That's my favorite Christmas carol. That and Have Yourself a Merry Little
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. You know who sang? Bing Crosby sang Christmas carols real good. I liked his Christmas carols. Um, and
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. We don't really have white Christmases anymore. You notice how the High Secret Society, how like back when we were kids, it seemed to like snow more.
how about this one? Jingle bells, Santa smells, Rudolph ran away.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Walking home from our house Christmas Eve.
We can't
You
sing
can
those
say
types
you
of.
don't believe in Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe.
Hey, this is a kid-friendly channel. We can't be singing those type of songs.
Remember that stupid one, Dominic the Donkey?
No.
That is so weird. I wonder, like, like when somebody makes a Christmas Carol, though, like that it's like the only song they ever come out with, but they keep making royalties on it, because
Yeah,
they play it every year.
yeah.
Detroit has a great Christmas.
What does that mean? It never snows or something, or what? Well,
That
no,
was
it
in
always
Detroit.
snows in Detroit. It's just I don't know. What's a gray Christmas mean? It's just as cloudy or something.
I don't know. I feel like every Christmas has been gray lately.
But you know what? I can count. I can remember just up until now, at least at least 15, 10 to 15 Christmases that there was actually snow on the ground, from being a kid to, growing up in adulthood. And I think it was even down here in New Mexico last year, it was snow on Christmas Day. And that was always the best Christmases, when it was like snow on the ground. I
I
love it.
remember when we were little kids and we would like sit by the radio or the TV to see if you got a snow day.
Oh, yeah.
It was like the
That
best
was
thing
fun because you knew
ever.
you didn't have to go to school. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They
You
were.
know, because they'd like give the list and your school may not be in it, but then like 5 minutes later they give the list again and then they'll go, oh,
Yeah,
say your
yeah.
school and you're
And
like, yeah,
you'd be sitting around the radio, wouldn't you? This was before it was like announced on the
yeah,
news.
getting ready, like dragging your feet, and then freaking your mother goes, oh
Yeah.
God. The blizzard of '78. I remember that one.
Yeah, yeah. But we always had to make up ours. Did you guys too? Like if you were out 3 days of snow, you still had to make it up on the back end.
Oh yeah, we had to make it up. Yeah, when the teachers went on strike, I don't know if you remember that because of that Proposition 2.5. I don't know if that was like all over the place or just where I live, but the teachers were on strike because they wanted to get rid of like the art programs and stuff.
Yeah.
And so for like, oh my God, it was for a while, like 2 weeks. And so at first they were still making us go to school, but we would just go in and we had to watch movies all day.
Uh-huh.
And then we had to make it up though after. Oh, this is Secret Society. Oh, King of Ipswich is the Secret Society.
Let me ask you a question. When
Hi,
your
King.
when your daughter was in school and coming up, like when we were in school, we there were never any like teacher workshop days and conferences and stuff like that. We just
No, there wasn't.
we went to
Day
school.
Day, have you met my friend King?
No, I have. I think I've seen him in the chats.
Day Day, King, King, Day Day.
What's happening, King?
What's up, man? I've been a long time SG fan for a long ass time.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen you. You've always had good words to say about her. So yeah, that's all good. That's all good.
He's from
Where are you a
Atlanta.
native of, man?
Say what?
Where you a native of?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, the ATL. I got people down there.
Yeah.
In the ATL. Yep. And then Stone Mountain too. Georgia, and then ATL. They're recently just planted down there. Well, not recent. I say about 50. Orlando's been down there about 15 years now. But yeah, I plan to get down there to see him and everything. Heard good things about the ATL. Yep.
Yeah, I have too. I heard that Atlanta, Georgia is really nice, actually.
We all right. We doing good.
Yeah, yeah. Atlanta's progressive. Very progressive.
Is that still what Coca-Cola is? Is Coca-Cola still there?
Yeah.
That's a
SG,
good company.
you like the name switch up?
I didn't know who you were, the Secret Society. I was like, who the hell is that?
Yeah. Drop the crown.
I thought it was somebody who was going to give me a hard time.
Why? Because the name switch up?
With Secret Society, that sounds like, fucking, wasn't it you said, I'm still watching you?
Yeah. I wanted to see what you were gonna say, so that's why I put I'll be watching.
Yeah, I was like, oh, great. Thank God you guys are here. I appreciate it. I was all alone talking to myself earlier.
Well, everybody got full probably, and I watched 3 football games, and so then I took a long nap after probably about 9 o'clock. Watched a little TV, then took a nap, and then I woke up, and then there you were.
How was your Thanksgiving, King?
Straight is alright.
Do you have family down there?
Nah. Uh,
No family. You can go to no
I,
dinners.
I
No.
I spent mine alone also too. You know, actually, this is the third straight one that I've spent alone. But you know, with the advent of FaceTime and all that, that kind of that helps out a little bit. You know, so I talked to my daughters. Both they were
Hi,
both,
Dad.
so you know, it's all good.
What did you eat?
Me, I fixed myself some fish and chips. Some had some cod with some chips and some delicious tartar sauce. So and a beer, a couple beers.
Oh, that sounds
That,
good.
that
What'd
was
you
me.
have, King?
my uncle made me a plate. I ain't eat it yet. I eat it in the morning. I think it's collard greens, cornbread, potato salad, and stuff like that.
Ooh, I love collard greens.
Yeah, my daughter was up early this morning and she was kind of in a panic because there wasn't no more. She was fixing greens, but wasn't no more uh neck bones or ham hocks in the store for some reason. She went down about 4 or 5 stores and there was nothing. So I told her go get some bacon ends,
Yeah,
and
can't you use that like bacon? Yeah, the back fat.
yeah. I don't know if it was uncured or unsalted or whatever, but it's more. It's not like come in the regular strip pack, but it's just in a solid
I like turnip
piece.
greens too.
Oh, did you? Okay, yeah. She had collard. I like mine mixed with collards, uh, the turnips and the mustard. I kind of like them all mixed. The
Mustard.
mustards shrink up so much, you know. So, but I like the nice kind of
Are
thick.
they mustard greens?
Yeah. You heard of mustard greens?
No, I never knew about those. I knew
Oh,
about turnip greens and
oh,
collard greens.
okay. Yeah. Mustards are a little bit lighter in color and they're smaller, but they when you boil them, you know, and you put them in the pot, they just you can buy a couple bunches and by the time you get ready to eat them, you got just maybe a couple bowls, you know, they really shrink up. So,
I just use a can.
oh, you do the can. What?
Yeah,
What? You don't do the fresh ones.
yeah. I'm like a microwave person. I just cook for myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know how to cook collard greens. That's why like they're all seasoned and stuff right in the can.
Well, it's not very hard. Just get a pot with some water and you're good. Dab,
Yeah, but there's seasonings and stuff you're supposed to put in.
just some either ham bone or I like to put what you call 'em in mine ham hock or neck bone. It's funny because I like the ham hock more with the beans, and I'll season my greens with the neck bones. I like that, or which comes good too, the ham hock. So my
Like the pig's feet, right?
uh yeah, you can, but pig's feet are normally eaten or
Isn't
cooked.
a ham hock the same thing?
Turkey necks you can put in greens too. Turkey necks
I
get a
know,
little
like
tart.
big old long turkey neck. Yeah. What
And
about you, King? What do you like?
Uh, I like a lot of stuff. SG, collard greens, cornbread, macaroni cheese, pig feet, uh, chitlins. You ever eat
Oh,
chitlins?
chitlins. Ooh.
yeah, I love I eat chitlins at least once or twice a year.
Isn't
And
that intestines?
Tastes good with hot sauce and rice.
yeah, or make you a little roux, and sometimes people cut up little potatoes. You can put up real little red potatoes in it.
What do they look like? What do chitlins look like?
Let me see. How do I describe it? It's just like you ever seen pig guts? That's what they are. They're guts, pig guts. They just kind of look like oh Jesus, I don't know how to describe it. Kind of like squid, maybe. I guess.
So they look like what they are?
No, they're pig intestines.
Yeah, I know. So, but you just said they look like guts.
They look like what?
Guts.
No, squid. Kind of. I'm just trying to just. It's hard to describe what it looks like, but it's maybe noodles, kind of like noodles, maybe.
Ew. So like intestines.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
the
yeah.
long. I thought that they like what do they put inside of them?
Of what? You know, you don't really put anything inside them. You just clean them and then you boil them and simmer them in a pot, cook them in a pot, and
So is it poopy?
no. I mean,
Is
that's
it
why you
poopy?
clean them. Yeah, they're already. You can get them now already pre-cleaned in packages and stuff, and
What's inside of them?
or you used to get them in buckets. There's nothing inside. It is what it is. That's it. But
Mmm.
I'll eat once in a while. I'll eat some pig ears too. Slow cook some pig ears
Big
and have some
ear.
hot sauce on them. And I don't eat pickled pig's feet. I have, but my mom used to eat that with crackers all the time.
I used to eat them.
Good old soul food.
I used to eat pickled pig's feet
Oh,
when I was young. My mother used to eat them.
with crackers and stuff, a little hot sauce maybe.
I don't remember that, but I do remember eating them. But I
Yeah.
don't know if I would anymore.
You can slow cook them and have them with some great northern beans, white beans or something, you know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you guys used to eat when you were little, but you won't eat
No, there's stuff I didn't eat when I was little that I do eat now. Like I used to hate liver when my mom would cook it as kids. I haven't had liver in a while now, but I do like liver now. Not too much more like I never liked my mom used to eat like cottage cheese. I hate cottage cheese. I'll never
now? I
eat
like
cottage
cottage cheese.
cheese. So
I like that.
but
What
that
about you, King? Anything that you used to eat when you were little, but you won't eat now?
Brussels sprouts.
you make it too
I like
gassy,
Brussels
huh?
sprouts.
Make you too
I like
gassy,
Brussels.
huh? Yeah.
Well, I don't know about it. It could be gassy. I don't care. I live
Well,
alone.
well, there
Seems like the only one who cares is my dog.
well, there's some things that make me gassy, but I'll still eat it, like cabbage and
I like
Brussels sprouts.
cabbage.
Yeah, and yeah, I love me a cabbage mixed with like turkey, ground turkey, you know, and
I
that
just like cabbage. I like it. Even like just raw, like in coleslaw and stuff.
yeah,
He
yeah.
he eats kangaroo meat. Ian eats kangaroo meat.
How does that taste, Ian?
Yeah.
I ain't from Australia, so I never ate that before.
I don't even think I
I'm
would eat
willing
it,
to
even if
try
I was
that.
from Australia.
I'm willing to try most things, you know.
Would you really eat kangaroo meat?
Yeah, well, I mean, we eat pigs, we eat bacon and ham. I mean, a pig,
Everybody loves
a
bacon.
pig will eat anything.
I know. Pigs eat people.
Oh, I don't know about all that, but
No, they do. Did you know that, King?
uh,
Uh-uh.
Yes. People will like kill people and then throw them to their pigs. Sick people, of course, not just every person that has pigs.
Would would
But
any of
there's
y'all
like a lot of those crime documentaries where people were feeding people to their pigs.
would any of y'all eat cat and dogs?
No.
no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
That's what they
Although it's not to me, even though we wouldn't do it, as that's no more unusual than us eating a pig or a goat or uh a lamb or something, it's to a lot of people that's no different,
I heard it's popular in Asia eating cat and dog.
yeah, a lot of stuff is like uh alligator penis soup and stuff, and because they got
Alligator penis soup. I never heard of that.
well they like a lot of that stuff because they
That's
think
a hard one to swallow.
you fool. Damn fool. Get out of the chat room.
It says in Australia it's a feral animal, so the farmers kill them and sell the meat to the butchers. I
Oh,
don't know, stuff
feral.
like that.
What wouldn't if it was feral? Wouldn't it be susceptible to diseases and stuff? That would be like getting roadkill, and roadkill. If it's in most states here in the United States, if you claim it within, I forget if it's like 4 hours or something, that it's legal to have. But
It's true.
I couldn't see getting any type of roadkill and taking it home and preparing it and eating it.
I don't
Some flat squirrel.
It
Huh?
depends. It depends if you hit a deer. Now, if I hit a deer, I pick the deer and I drag him home.
If it was fresh, if you were the one that hit him or just seen him get hit or something, and he was gone, yeah, and you had
Yeah,
somebody that could dress him, for you and all that.
my my supervisor hit a deer, tore his goddamn car up.
Yeah, yeah, he's a big one.
Yeah, they do. They can really do damage. I mean, and they'll just come out of nowhere too.
He had a brand new Mustang. He just had it for 2 months. A deer ran right in front of it, and his whole front end smashed like a soda can.
Ugh,
Yeah,
God.
that must have been a buck or something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was.
But I got people, relatives down south. Down south, they'll try most anything. Because I had my brother-in-law. He would eat. He says he eats possum, and he had a friend that would eat a skunk, and
Ooh.
they eat all kind of stuff down there. Possum soup's supposed to be pretty good, and frogs and frog legs and all that. So
Oh, I had frog legs before.
how were they? Pretty good.
Oh yeah, it
Tastes
tastes
like
like chicken.
chicken. That's what I hear. Kind of gamey,
I
but
heard it
tasty.
tastes like Kermit.
I've had rabbit before. Rabbit was kind of greasy, kind of a little bit, but I tried it one time.
John John. Ian says some people use the roadkill of kangaroo. They use the meat for crab pot bait.
Oh,
Ew.
okay. I wonder how
See,
how
that's
is
another thing that bothers me is I love seafood, but I always like whenever you see those movies where there's like a drowning victim, there's like a crab coming out of their mouth or something, and I'm like, ugh, I'm probably eating people right now, but I don't care. I like it. Same with
yeah.
bacon. Same with
Oh, you
bacon.
like your crab wrapped with bacon? Is that what you said?
I like my crab wrapped with bacon. No, yes, yes, I like the human element in
Oh,
it.
oh. Well, I know a lot of people eat like you'll see on entrees little hors d'oeuvres now with shrimp
Oh,
with
scallops wrapped with bacon. Oh, those are
yeah,
good.
yeah. I don't like that. I've had for some reason pork with fish. I don't like it, but I like them separately, but not like that.
I like it. I'll eat any kind of seafood, really. Will
Yeah. Have
you?
you have you ever had shark steaks before or octopus?
I do eat like calamari, fried calamari,
Oh, I love fried calamari with some dipping sauce, either tartar sauce or some
or
type of
marinara sauce,
yeah. Oh man, that's so good. Yeah, so good.
I never
roux
had
tail.
shark before.
What'd you say?
I never had shark before, but I paid top dollar if I can catch me a shark and drop him in the fish tank.
That'd be a pretty.
Mm.
You'd either have to have a really big fish tank or a really small shark.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
a baby great white will do.
Yeah, but it's gonna get bigger, you know. Then what are you gonna do?
It,
Put it in the bathtub?
now they, they get big. It depends on how big the fish tank is. It won't go so small.
Yeah, you got to have a serious aquarium for that.
You ever see how they make? He says they Ganjan likes his bacon wrapped in bacon, and roux tail soup is good. See, I would think that maybe roux tail soup kind of tastes like oxtail soup,
What's root tail soup? What's that?
kangaroo.
Oh, okay, okay. That sounds like it might be pretty good.
If it's like oxtail, I like oxtail soup.
Oh yeah,
Not
smoked
oxtail soup. I'm
oxtail.
sorry. I like oxtails, but my mother used to eat oxtail soup, like the
Did
broth.
she bake them? Did she bake them or did she do them in a pot, boil them?
She didn't make. oxtails. She just made that oxtail soup, like by Knox or whatever it is. It's just kind of like a consomme, really.
Oh,
But
okay.
I get oxtails from like the Jamaican restaurant or
Yeah.
something.
You got to know how to cook oxtails, just like you have to know how to cook lamb, or else you fuck them both up if you don't know how to cook them. Lamb is hard to cook. I usually slow cook in the skillet uh, lamb, and then put some gravy on it. But it's about 4 hours on really really low. And with oxtails, you got to boil the hell out of them for a long time. So they don't taste like rubber on you.
I hate it when they're too bony.
What, the oxtails?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got just gotta look at them good and get that meaty, just like with But oxtails, they really went up, since they became mainstream. See, it was used to be with oxtails, it was mostly black folks that was just eating oxtails, and you could get a nice package for like $2.50, $3, and then it started to become a delicacy with a lot of yuppies and middle class people. When that's when we talked about the gentrification, when a lot of people start moving back to the city and getting exposed to those things like oxtails. Now oxtails are a pack of four is like $11 to $13. So
I don't know. My friend used to like he would cook, like that was his hobby kind of thing. And he always complained, even years ago, complained about the price of buying a pack of oxtails and stuff.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
oxtails and what's the other ones? Neck bones and what's the other one we talked about? They're all
Ham
still
hock.
pretty cheap. Yeah, ham hocks. You can still get those, a nice pack of what you comes for at Walmart, even like for neck bones for like, 4.5, $5.
I don't like the neck bone. Don John, do you live in Australia? Because he says I use the tail to cook my kangaroo, but good wrapped in bacon.
That sounds good.
Kangaroo wrapped in bacon. What if
uh,
people ate like pig's tail? Yeah.
Pig's tail.
Mm.
Pig ears are pretty good. I've had pig ears.
What about you? Have you had pig ears?
I'm
King?
reminding
No, I
battery
haven't.
warranty 6 months and then auto dean.
What do you got, Alexa on?
How you knew?
How did I know? Because I recognized her voice.
Okay.
Did you know
Yeah.
that people were using Alexa to play trivia? I didn't know that.
Now I just have a relaxer to wake me up in the morning.
Ah. Mm. I don't like liver. Do you like liver, King?
Nope.
Day
I
Day
haven't
does.
ate. I haven't
Yeah.
ate.
When it's
Absolutely.
cooked, well, I like it with smothered in onions and with gravy on it. Have
It
some rice.
smells good, but it's the texture.
But I like escargot too. That's really tasty. If it's got the right roux on it, escargot gets down with some garlic bread, and so over some rice. Boy, that's delicious.
What's dark garlic bread?
What's escargot?
No, I thought you said dark garlic bread.
No, just garlic bread, just regular
Oh, okay.
garlic bread. Yeah.
All right. I was like, what kind of bread do they use? Pumpernickel for that? Now, escargot, that's snails, right?
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I've eaten snails, but not those big snails.
No, neither have I.
I thought you said you like escargot.
Yeah, but they're normally little smaller ones.
Oh, they seem big to me in the store. I mean, bigger than the ones I would eat. The ones I would eat was the periwinkle snails.
Yeah.
The
You
little
go
black
to
ones.
if you go to a Mexican store, it's just a whole different, like the meat section. It's just totally different stuff that you don't, you know. They eat a lot of stuff like tripe and tongue and they'll have different cuts of meat that we traditionally eat too, but it's just kind of different way, like the kind of the asada type stuff, you know. So
I don't like
it,
tongue. Do you like tongue, King? Do you like
no,
tongue?
just for
Sounds
seasoning.
dirty.
But you know, my mom would use it once in a while for seasoning. Some people would eat it. You'd have to boil the hell out of it too. I haven't
Mm.
had any of that. What's that? Meat corned beef. I haven't had any corned beef in a long time.
Oh, corned beef is good.
Yeah, I used to eat sandwiches, corned beef, or have it with some cabbage. But yeah, I haven't had corned beets. I remember Mom used to buy. Remember those little tubes of liverwurst, those
Yeah.
Oscar Mayer tubes.
Mm.
That was
Ugh.
good when it was kind of warm and soft, you know. But we used to always stick it in the refrigerator, and then it would be, you know.
Ian, what's damper? I'm waiting for him to answer, like as if he's on the panel, but he's not. No. Where did you grow up in Atlanta, King?
Yes.
Was there riots in Atlanta this past year?
Depends on what riots you're talking about.
You know, like in the 2020, like during the George Floyd thing.
Oh yeah, in George Floyd, yeah, we protested riot.
Did they do damage? Like, I'm not talking about like the protest part of it, but the rioting that would usually like follow like later when it got late. I noticed that seemed to happen like later at night or something. But
Now some stores get smashed up, 'cause they want to do smash and grab.
yeah, that's so sad. So sad. Because it must be hard to like bounce back from something like that.
And you know, a lot of times when you're defining what a riot is, you know, if there's peaceful protesting and that's the majority of it, and then on the sides you have smash and grab, that's not really, I don't think, defined as rioting.
How y'all
Rioting,
feel?
huh? Go ahead.
How y'all how y'all feel about the Mick Michelson case, Ahmaud Arbery case?
I think that was justice was served.
I do too. I hope they
I
get.
don't think for the Kyle Rittenhouse it was though. I feel like he should have gone to jail.
Oh, that boy got away with murder.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he did.
should have got on lesser charges on the charge of malicious intent, whatever that second degree charge or whatever. He should have definitely got that. But see, the media really influenced that. Not only did the media, but the way that, and it seemed like the judge was kind of biased in that, and the way they had the instructions written in the end made it difficult, I think, for the average layperson to really get the true understanding of what they were deciding on. So that was just a really
Plus,
lousy.
they say the law there is that they under like 16 and like 16 you can have a rifle, like an automatic rifle. You know what I mean? I mean that's fucking
But
ridiculous.
the bottom line is he shouldn't have been there with a gun.
Yeah.
Okay. They had people call the police there that were in charge of keeping the peace, not him. He took it upon himself to protect property that wasn't his.
You
And
want to know? Y'all want to know how he got away with it? The tape. Somebody recorded him during the riot where the people that he shot jumped on him first, so going by the self defense act.
yeah,
So he,
that's what got him over was that self
But did
defense.
he have the gun like out? Was it showing?
yeah, he was walking
Yeah,
down the street with an
Now, see,
AK
that's the
47.
problem. I mean, you would think that basically that the person that he killed would be the vigilante because you don't know if he was going to just take out the crowd, you know,
well, yeah, he should have been stopped by police
the police.
personnel way before. I mean, time he walking down the street, he should have been stopped. You know?
But because of the laws with the 16-year-olds being able to have automatic rifle. I mean, they sell them at Walmart. I think that is very shocking because think about the things that you thought were so important when you were 16. Like, you just thought you were going to die when you had a breakup with somebody, that are not the same the way that you think of them as an adult. So I think that
Didn't
that is
Walmart didn't Walmart just stop selling shotguns or something here recently? Just like within the last year or something, I think
I hope so.
it was either that or Big Five. I don't know if you guys have a Big Five in your neck of the woods.
I don't. Now, what do you think about the Jacob Blake case? That was the thing that got all that going in Kenosha.
I don't know enough. I know what I'm vaguely familiar with that, but I just don't know enough on it to make a qualified statement on it at this point.
What about you, King?
I don't know enough about that case. I just know what's going on right now about Kyle Rittenhouse and the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Oh, because I was watching, because I wanted to know. So I decided I would watch those videos of both cases, like what inspired the whole thing, and then, to see about the Jacob Blake. And that's the guy who got shot in the back 7 times and paralyzed.
I
That,
just thank God that guy had the camera uh, in the Arbery case, and he ended up
Yeah,
now.
getting
I don't.
charged.
Yeah, he got charged, and I'm surprised he got charged. He could go to jail uh, uh,
filming, right?
for his life. I kind of think with his particular situation, it might be a little unfair. He should get. I would think he would get a lesser charge. Okay.
Now, why are they doing that to him?
It's not the Michelson boys. It's the other guy. The other guy recorded the whole damn thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they hit.
If he hadn't recorded that, chances are you
They
wouldn't
would
have ever
have
heard
got.
no more about the case.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like contradictory to them if they use that in the case to charge them, then I find it like hard to believe that then they would charge the guy that filmed
Well,
it.
they made it sound. I guess they that made him complicit because instead of filming that, he could have, I don't know, maybe
Oh,
called
like a good Samaritan law or something.
no, a little bit different than that, but just made him complicit in the murder of it.
But wouldn't that mean that everybody who filmed George Floyd or anybody else, or that's because they're filming the police and they really couldn't like
Yeah.
involve
Well, I
themselves?
know the guy who filmed the Rodney King thing got paid. I don't know. I forget how much it was. I think he got like $200,000 back then or something like that. But he got paid.
They spent
Yeah.
this whole case around like this black man running through a white neighborhood. Let's go get our shotguns. Let's chase this motherfucker down. That's how they taste like. So
I
that's why
feel like, I wonder if he would have stopped Ben didn't grab the gun, if they would have done the same thing and shot him, or if they would have beat him, or if the thing still would have turned out the same. And
well, the whole thing with that is if they thought that he was doing something wrong, the first inclination shouldn't have been, well, I'm gonna go get a shotgun and stop him and see what's going on myself. If they thought they had an issue with that, with burglaries or whatever in the neighborhood, or him doing something wrong, they should have called the proper authorities for that.
well, they didn't they call 911? They did call 911 beforehand, but the
Only
thing is, the civilian arrest.
after they shot him, they called the police.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard a 911 call where it was like,
well, that was a day, that was sometime before when they had seen him, because he apparently had went through the house a couple of times. This was over a week's process or time frame or whatever. So I think that they were called in, and the owner knew about it. But that doesn't give you the right to go get your shotgun and then stop him. And they say they try to use the thing that that, oh, I shot him in self-defense. Hell, if somebody sticks a gun up in my face, I'm going to try to stop him from killing me too. What was he supposed to do? Stand there?
I don't agree with the civilian arrest. I don't agree with that. I think that should be something that is not okay to do.
SG, down here in the South where it happened at, down here, it basically like, certain neighborhoods don't want black people in there. If you run through that neighborhood, jog, drive, or whatever, you have eyes watching you. I remember
I feel like that's the same though. Like if it's like a predominantly black neighborhood and there's a white person in there, that they could be in the same predicament, like get um, the same kind of feeling could be. Like, I mean, it's not hard to believe that a white person could rob like a rich black neighborhood, and the
now,
same thing, it,
I
it
live
could
in
happen.
I live in an all black neighborhood, and I seen a couple of white people down here. Oh, I think when they come down here is they trying to buy drugs.
Right, and that's like almost a racial profiling there, because there's people who have been stopped that are just like have to drive through that neighborhood, and then they get stopped like because they think they're buying drugs or something. So the cops racially profile the cops. I mean, basically any kind of police officer I've ever really had any kind of dealings with are control freaks.
I think
They're
you
control
can
freaks.
possibly be racially profiled in just about any exclusive neighborhood that you go into if you're a minority, no matter what color you are. Remember in Liberty City down there in Miami or something, when the white tourists made the wrong turn down the street, and they ended up, a couple of them got shot or killed or something. They were just lost. So
Right.
it could happen to just about anybody.
Yeah, it could. That Jacob Blake case, though, I watched the video for it, and what was going on was there was a restraining order from the woman because he had actually a felony warrant on him, and he had gone there and taken the little kids and put them in the SUV, and the cops were trying to serve him with this warrant, and she had called and said, he's not supposed to be here. He took my kids, he put them in the SUV. And so they went there, and he wouldn't, comply at all. And then they did try to tase him, which it didn't even affect him. And then he just kept walking away. And he was getting into the SUV, and the little kids were in there. And, and then what happened. But on the flip side of that was, you guys, right? Would you go in the first place if you had a restraining order, and then take the kids, and not without knowing that that's going to actually, if you've already got, charges on you, not, you would know that was going to result in something bad, whether it be nobody gets hurt, but you get pulled over, it's going to be more charges, or he could have, God knows what he was planning on with the kids. He might have been planning on offing himself and the kids, I mean, nobody knows. Well, King dropped out, but he'll probably be back. I mean, anyway you look at it, I feel like when there's little kids involved, it's scary for anyone, Scary that it happened and the little kids were in the car. But God knows what else could have come from it,
Yeah.
I think it's horrible when somebody, like, when they're going through like a divorce, and there's like a child custody thing going on, and they'll you have yeah, and then they'll like I'll drop the link again. Do you have your TV on or something?
Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah. You can hear that in the background. But what was a real bummer was that let me turn this. Okay, was that guy who recently drove through, the crowd and killed 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was a kid. He shouldn't have even been able to get in a vehicle, because just a week prior to that, he had threatened to kill his girlfriend or his wife or something, and he threatened to run her over with the vehicle. Then and he had some real psychotic type problems. And that's just an issue that needs to be addressed too. Is that too many people are going through the system and getting out of in a week's time and just going out doing the same stupid stuff. And
Absolutely.
feel for those people. Why? And if they know that he threatened his wife and they had to respond to that, and threatened her life with the vehicle, then his license should have automatically been taken away from him. Then.
I'm sure he probably didn't even care about having a license or not.
Yeah, you could be right. He might not even have had a license.
Yeah, he probably didn't even care at that point, But I mean, and that's the problem too with domestic violence. Domestic abuse is that I don't think that the police take that as serious as they should. Because what if it was her that he ran over after she had made that complaint? I mean, then what? Then it's like I think that sometimes the blood should be on the hands of the authorities that early parole these people that end up killing somebody again. Things like
what?
that.
I think a little bit of the problem lies in like when you're married and the rights that you have there, and if they're called out to a situation where it's really kind of a gray area, there's nobody that's been physically hurt or anything, but there's been some type of either emotional trauma or something. That's hard to sometimes either convict or to prosecute, in a very timely fashion, because a lot of times the details of like threats and the he said, she said type things and stuff like that, it's just difficult to police, And if they did that with everybody, there's so many domestic issues, that's the bulk of police work outside of, maybe, stopping people for tickets, is going to people's house, knocking on the door, settling some bullshit argument or something, that's the bulk of it every day. And then, no contact orders don't always do any good. What's a no contact or order going to do if somebody really wants to hurt you?
Exactly. And usually if they come back after there's something like that, they're planning on doing something extreme because they
and
know.
Especially if they kill you, what is that gonna? And if they kill you and they get 60 years in jail, what's the no contact order violation gonna put? Another 2 years on it? That's fuck. What's that gonna do after you're in there 60 years? Or life?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of those people who get convicted of things like that, domestic something like that, they end up getting out again, pretty fairly early, and they kill somebody else.
Yeah, and you hear about that all the time, and a lot of cops have lost their lives responding to domestic violence shit. I can't, over my lifetime, it seems like I've heard at least 50 of those situations, 50 cops that have lost their life on responding to, a situation, a domestic violence situation,
I always, oh God, that's a loud truck. Wow. I always feel like it's kind of sad, the whole suicide by cop thing too. Is I wonder like how that affects a police officer when they find out that this person only had like a plastic gun or a toy gun just because they wanted to get killed by the cop.
Or even worse, the real meaning of suicide by cop, meaning I got a real gun, but I'm still gonna go out this way. And that's the way most of the cowards go out that do mass shootings and stuff. They kill a bunch of people, and then in the end they take on the cops. And I noticed the cops have been for liability reasons, I think it always comes up that the gunman turned it on himself. You know, that's still suicide by cop because it would happen anyway. But I think that they try to get out of the liability of somebody trying to charge them for killing somebody who just got done killing 30 people, you know.
I know. What do you think about that Las Vegas, the concert thing?
Oh, what, about a year or two ago?
Yeah, with the shootings, the guy in the hotel room there.
Yeah, and
Wait,
how did that end up? I kind of forget. That's been a little while ago.
the guy, he died, but he had no prior police record. He had like all kinds of guns in that room, but I just find it like hard to believe that, when I did some of the research on it, um, I can't imagine that he was somebody with no prior police record and never, it kind of like, hey, Tucker, Lulu, stop. How, so you never get to like really find out what was going on behind it because the person is already dead. Like, I mean, I always thought that they would want to arrest somebody so they could be, as opposed to just killing them right away. Like, and when I looked at the pictures from it and, read the court case and everything, and then went back and looked at some of the strange coincidences, like some of the survivors of that within a month after it had died in car accidents, hit and runs, I
Wow,
feel like that's strange.
that wow, that's a real coincidence.
Yeah, yeah. And there
It
was like a shooter of like, huh?
could have had nothing to do with it, you know.
Yeah, but there was a lot of them that ended up, dying.
You're saying, if I hear this right, a lot of the people that were involved in or were present at that shooting, they ended up dying some other way months later.
Yeah, and like there was a bar shooting where some of the survivors would have like a yearly meet. They would meet and stuff, and another shooter went into there and killed some of the survivors, and then he ends up, of course, shot. So it always seems to be. I mean, it's just so strange to me that there's never any way. Every time that there's something like that, the person ends up dead, so that we don't get to hear like what motivated them, just like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, not only that, we get no closure. To me, I'm not necessarily against capital punishment. Uh, I think it's got its proper place, but I think it's more of a punishment for somebody to spend the rest of their life in jail. Okay, to me, that's even a greater punishment than putting somebody to death immediately, their unless their grievance, or unless their activity, their type of monster, that their life has no value even in jail. Okay, now the Green River Killer, you could make an argument for that he should have been put to death early, but he in the end he cooperated with the sheriff in because see, he had so many bodies that he still to this day lost count, and there were families that had no closure because there was no body, and he got caught on those couple that he did, but then he led them to another, I think it was like 55, 65 bodies, okay, that those families would never have had closure on. So he just got several life terms in prison. So that's that's something that, and then he has to do that time, So, well, he's not going to do no multiple lives, but you know what I mean with that. So, in that, it's that type of trade off is, I don't know if it's you consider it unethical or what, because you're almost cooperating with the killer, but it had its, I guess for lack of a better word, it had its positive. Uh, it had it
I feel like though probably a lot of those murder victims, right, where they were like streetwalkers, right? So I feel like he probably didn't even know, like he could have led them to the body, right? But
yeah.
he probably didn't know who they were, and
Oh no,
and
and he obviously didn't. But once they did the DNA and and they did the
if they did it though, that's
huh?
the thing, because I think that a lot of police departments and so it's not like we see on CSI where they want to identify the victim so they can give the family closure. I think there's way too many Jane and John Does.
Yeah. What? I don't know if this is a
I got
troll.
it. I got it. I'm gonna kick them out.
Okay. Okay. You saw it. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I hadn't seen it right away, but thank God I didn't pin it right.
Me either. But
I
yeah,
pin it
I
up
think
on the
that,
screen.
but that provided so much closure for so many people, families, and I had actually known the family of two of those victims, and used to work at the same place in the same position as I used to work for a short time at Kenworth Trucking and as a painter, and he was working there as a painter.
Yeah,
I don't.
wasn't he working at some trucking? And he was married and everything, and like his wife didn't even like know.
Have a
I
clue.
mean,
Was he married at the time, or that?
yeah, and I think the shot, like
Because
he had started.
he did it over a period of I think he was doing it for like 10 years or more.
Well, look at that Golden State Killer. There's like a picture of where he was. They call him like the original Night Stalker, but not the Robert or Richard Ramirez guy, but um, and because they kept thinking it was like somebody different, doing these things, but and then they had like a town meeting where this guy stands up and is like, oh, if he ever comes to my house, I'll kick the shit out of him. Well, with this guy being a cop, he was at the town meeting, and in the picture, he's there, and that was the next couple that he killed.
Wow. And
The guy who said,
there we used to think that, oh, these guys, wow, 50, 60 people and and Richard Ramirez, I think what was he, the Hillside Strangler or something in LA or something. But
no, he was the Night Stalker.
oh, okay. Who was
That's the one that the public actually brought down because he was on the newspaper, on the cover of the newspaper, and
how many did the Boston Strangler get?
I think like
He got
6
30 or
or 8.
20. Okay.
Something.
But from what I've seen the last like 20 years, that's almost the norm now. There are so many people that have confessed to mass murders and stuff now, and like the guy who had the pig farm or something up there, where was it, Canada or something? And
See, I told you pigs eat people.
oh yeah,
I told you pigs
I don't
eat
like to
people.
hear that. It's just
Because I think that he was feeding some of the, and that's the thing is like, I think because they figured though, some people like drug addicts or streetwalkers or homeless are disposable people
yeah.
that the police aren't,
Well, that's what
working.
Ridgway. That's what Gary Ridgway felt too. Uh, and that these whores and streetwalkers were below. And it comes out he's got more problems. A lot of the times those guys who go around killing women like prostitutes is that they have they have real bad insecurities and stuff about stuff, with women relationship. They didn't get along with their mom, or no woman has loved them, or something like that.
There
So
was one in New York that he actually had already been in prison for killing like two little kids, and then they let him out, and so he starts killing, streetwalkers around him. He's a white guy, and he was married, and actually, when there was like a scare of a serial killer out, people were, like the women and stuff that he knew that were friends with his wife would ask him to walk them to their car. And he would walk them to their car safely and everything because that wasn't his MO. It was, killing streetwalkers. But can you imagine, like, you're asking the serial killer, can you walk me to my car?
yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
What are your thoughts about up there in Michigan? That all the shit surrounding Tom, and I know you don't want to really get into his name, or I'm not asking you to.
Oh, I don't mind talking about Tom.
I don't,
Can't
I'm not
stand.
asking you to link him in any way, but what do you think's going on with that? Do you think that it's all these women are missing because there's you know uh somebody out there like Ridgeway, doing the same? A lot of people always say, "Oh, it's a cop that's doing it." That's before
A lot of
Ridgeway.
times I think it is.
Everybody was saying that it was a pimp that was doing it, before Ridgeway got caught. So, you know,
And
uh,
here's the thing, a lot of times it is somebody with a, background in law enforcement or something, and that way they basically know, how, like one of the murders, which coincidentally, that's the thing with, Tom, is like he'll talk about things that if I was somebody in law enforcement, I would think, even if it, and I'm not saying him or anything, but I would find his attitude towards women alarming. And I would find the fact that within a month of interviewing these particular women, that they ended up dead. And that, I just feel
that's a
when there's
serious coincidence, isn't it? I mean, it's just kind of the
over
irony.
10, I mean, over 10 people he's been, like coincidentally connected to. That'd be like if, you and I were friends working together and coincidentally 10 people that you had talked to ended up dead. I certainly wouldn't be talking to you anymore. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. If that was
I would
the
think
best
that's
in
too
the
much of a
world,
coincidence.
yeah.
I think it would be worth just, uh, asking him, you know?
Was there ever any follow up on that guy who Tom supposedly gave a ride to? And
No, not that we hear, I mean, and that's the thing is that's the whole thing with when you know, say something to people, then it seems like everybody kind of jumps to the protection of the the person that you're, just speculating about, like in your own opinion. And then everybody's like, in defense of them. Today I watched a documentary about a Spanish girl who had a Asian roommate, a guy, and they were friends. They were roommates for like a year and a half, and I think he was starting to get feelings for her that weren't, she didn't feel that way about him. So he ends up killing her, and he's like, they did confiscate his laptop and her laptop and things, but he was still living in her apartment, and he'd post all over Facebook like, "Oh, I miss her so much," and all this stuff. And one guy had said, "Don't they find it strange?" Something about the guy, and somebody had jumped to his defense and said, "Why don't you just let the police do their job? He's just mourning." But what they noticed about the guy was he started using the computers at the library. So um, they actually like tapped into the computers that he would use so that in the surveillance van outside of the library, they were actually seeing what he was looking up at, in real time.
Yeah.
And so he comes up and pulls up like this Earth Google and zones in on some really desolate area near a tree. And so the police go there because they couldn't find the woman. And they go there exactly to where he was looking at. And they knew by the smell that there was going to be a body there. And there she was, So it was him who did it. But I mean, the way that the people jumped to his, the guy's defense when this one guy, and look at that guy on that bus in Canada. And he cut that kid's head off and was eating it on the bus.
Oh, no, I didn't hear about that. No.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that
And
something recently here?
It was a couple of years ago in Canada, and it was like a Greyhound bus or something. And all of a sudden, like the kid is a 21-year-old kid going home, and he's got his headphones on, so he's not even thinking. And the guy sits next to him, he was like of Asian descent. And all of a sudden, he takes out this huge knife and starts like slicing this guy's head off. And so the people on the bus, they like kind of run. They don't really try to help. It seems like like one guy jumps over the seats and then realizes he left his kids and his wife back there. It's like, what the hell? So finally the bus driver gets to stop, and they all get off the bus. In the meantime, this killer is on the bus with the dead guy now, and he's holding his head up at the window. And it went on for a good like hour and a half of him eating the eyeballs, eating his heart, and it like traumatized
shit. Oh God.
They let him out.
Oh my God.
He's out. Yeah, he's out.
Oh man. Shit.
Yeah, because they claimed it was insanity. Now I don't even get that. I mean, they claimed it was insanity. Well, I would think like comparable to Jeffrey Dahmer, who was eating people who they said wasn't insane. But I feel like that is insane. Right?
Yeah.
Like why would somebody get less time if they're insane and eating people?
And that's where the system just fails, absolutely fails,
Big time. Like, can you imagine being the parents of that kid?
Oh, God.
And knowing this guy is walking around with, and he ate their child.
Jeez. Yeah.
That
Something
is
just so horrific. And I'm sure that cannibalism is on nobody's books, in the Western hemisphere,
Oh my God. I thought I had blocked that person. I did block them. They just go and make another
well, it's
account.
the same name, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I can't even block them. I don't know why.
These type of people need to be put away too. These type of trolls, it's one thing that if you're just a kind of fool troll, just saying things like you got rabbit ears or something like. But it's when you get like to this point, there's some issues going on beyond just trying to be sensationalized stuff. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing with YouTube and social media. They really do need to be held accountable for some of the, how like young kids have been cyberbullied enough to suicide.
Yeah.
And the whole time, here's, these social media platforms where I'm sure the parents and the kids are, complaining and everything, and nothing happens to the young kids that are doing it. And
do you think that that was an advantage for our generation in terms of, okay, there was no cyberbullying because there was no no computers going on, in the 70s when we were kids, that we use, blah, blah, blah. So um, we had to confront bullyism directly, straight on, with very little help from anybody, but just, advice from either our parents or whatnot. It wasn't really nobody, at least when I was dealing with bullies going out to the school, it's like mama said, daddy said, well, let me teach you how to box, or, you don't let nobody push you around or kick your ass, or you could get a sibling to help you out or something. So we learned to deal with it in that way. And, I just don't remember hearing about any kids committing suicide because they were bullied. It may have some effect on them in other ways that would manifest itself when they got older. But I'm just thinking, because we were forced to deal with bullies and bully related behavior, that actually prepared us a little bit better, maybe for life or dealing with things on our own. What do you think?
I think that the anonymity that the social media platform provides for people like that, and allows it to become, you know where you can't pinpoint who's doing it, and then it also becomes where it's on, social media, the World Wide Web forever.
Yeah.
So,
So it's
when you try to
embarrassment.
change your neighborhood, you can't because it follows you that way.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you think because of the anonymity, that and that wide exposure of that, in some sense, well, if you're being bullied online more than a lot of people can potentially know that, and so that's bringing more embarrassment to you. It's also uh it's people are piggybacking on that, uh maybe even that can apply to some shit maybe that possibly happened to you, where people were piggybacking on, somebody would start off saying some shit or doing some negative shit, and then you'd have these group of people that were all of a sudden, a community of people. So I think that plays into it a lot for those victims of
Well,
bullying.
here's the thing, though. See, I feel like a lot of those people who are bullies on the internet behind, fake names and stuff, I think that they were probably bullied in school.
Yeah,
And
yeah, or
yeah,
cowards. Yeah,
yeah, they don't have the courage to be a real bully in real life. So they do it behind a keyboard. Um, and at the end of the day, if they were confronted, physically by somebody that they're doing that to, and they really did find out who it was and were confronted by them, I think they'd shit a brick.
or if you had invited Herman Munster up on the panel to show his face, and then I bet you he wouldn't. His behavior, he wouldn't have been seen. Okay, and if he did, he wouldn't come forward with that same behavior because he likes that anonymity, that
Right, exactly. They're really pussies.
cowardness.
Let's put
Yeah,
it that way.
yeah.
Yeah, they're really pussies because, you know, um,
And
if they were,
if you did invite him up and he did show his face, he'd be ready to call you every kind of bitch and cunt. And he couldn't talk to you like a man or anything like that. He'd be ready to try to still sensationalize shit. So he'd
they're
still
already not a man. They pick Herman Munster because they're probably 4'11" and they want to be taller. You know what
what's
I
that
mean?
small penis complex, huh?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like they're picking like a phallic symbol, like it's like, come on, buddy, Herman Munster. Can't come up with anything better than that. How about your real name? I mean, yeah. Ollie says I have a hairy snatch. How the fuck would Ollie know if I have a hairy snatch?
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
know
even
what I
if you
mean?
and
She lives in
even if you
Canada.
did,
What am I doing? Sending her pics?
yeah, and even if you did, it's your snatch, and you know, what else would you expect to have on it? You know, I mean, you know, that's just like, that's just 14-year-old shit that, you know, 14, what you do would say in the 7th grade, and it's probably some guy in his 50s, you know?
Exactly. And that's where, you know, so it's like, you know, basically they're just some little pussy that if I did invite them up on the panel, they wouldn't come up on the panel because they're scared of me.
Yeah, yeah. And they definitely wouldn't show her. He might come up on the panel, but you wouldn't see his face, you know?
You know, they're scared of me. Yeah, but if we recognize their voice,
Yeah,
and we probably would recognize their voice.
yeah, yeah.
And that's why they wouldn't come up on the panel, you know, because their voice wouldn't even. And that's the thing with, you know, the majority of these trolls. Like, you'll see them, they'll make an account, and it'll be like an hour old, and it's just to say something rotten.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Why don't you add your, you know, your address there too? Because if they're really as big and as bad as they like to, you know, appear, then, you know, say it in fucking like as yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really. And that was something too that I kind of had to realize was the bigger the group got that was trying to intimidate me and say, she should just get off YouTube and blah, blah, blah and stuff. Um, I realized, like, what am I, some kind of freaking Goliath? They have to keep, you know, for one 53-year-old woman with, you know, battling cancer, they had to come up with like an army of trolls to try to keep taking me down. And I was like,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happened?
yeah. I saw that. I mean, I've kind of gone back through some things, and yeah, I saw that. Wow. I saw. I was on one of these old channels, and I don't know if it was yours or somebody, and somebody put out like Tiffany Moser's address and everything on it. You know, you just don't do that shit. You know, that's just fucked up. If you don't like them, you don't put somebody's complete address on where they live out, you know? That's
It's
fucked.
sick to do it. And they say things like, you know, oh, it's supposed to be illegal to dox people. But in actuality, when you complain about it, they don't do anything about it.
Well, what I've seen that term DOX. What does that mean, docs?
Like it's like short for your documents, you know, which is this
Okay,
stupid
okay, okay.
slang that people use, you know. But it's like, imagine that person actually um put you. But here's the thing: I think the best way to act, you know, with that was to just ignore it and say nothing. You know, like not ignore it, like delete it, say not. But because once you say something, half the time they'll try every person with the same name as yours address, right? So
Okay.
once you like get angry about it, then they know they've got the right one.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like confirming. Oh, good. Now I
Yeah.
finally got
Yeah.
the right one. You
Gotcha.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, what are they really? What's their real motive for that? Like,
Uh-huh.
are they hoping there's like a serial killer looking so they can come get them? I mean, what is it they're really hoping for that?
Well, I think that they're probably hoping, and it's understandable that someone would feel that way. I know if somebody was, you know, always fucking with me and all of a sudden put my address out, I would be concerned. I really would, you know. It might be, you know, it might make it kind of a little difficult to sleep at night. I might have to go out and purchase a gun, or in my case, bullets. I got a gun in the house, but no bullets. I don't know what good that's gonna do.
Well, don't tell people that. They have no bullets. Let them think it. Yeah, he's gonna buy some tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going down to Big Five tomorrow.
yeah. I mean, and the thing is like that's where the problem lies. Is that there's no, you know, there's no. They need to be held accountable, and YouTube needs to be the one to do that because they should have you know things in place
Yeah, but
before. Yeah.
YouTube is it's got so involved now that I don't think you YouTube has the capacity to deal with it without losing a large number of accounts and channels, and their definitions of vulgarity and privacy issues and freedom of speech issues. It's gone beyond them. I would think that Twitter's kind of in the same position. That's why you see TikTok. Are they trying to get rid of TikTok? Is TikTok still around?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even
I
use
think that's the
TikTok.
problem that TikTok ran into, were those same issues. But I think with Facebook and YouTube, it's just so big now that it's just it's hard to, you could new people coming into the fold and new accounts and new channels, maybe under different restrictions, but then they'd be yelling, well, see, this, he's able to do this on this channel. Why can't I do that? And so I think it's kind of out of hand now,
It is out of hand, and they have their whole community guidelines and stuff, and what they say isn't okay and is okay. But half the time when you report it, they're like, oh, that doesn't violate our community guidelines. And yet, we can't talk about some things and everything. They can listen for those, but they can't, notice that people come, say the things that they say. And I mean, if
So
somebody's coming in here saying that,
I've been in Facebook jail a couple times for like simple shit, like abbreviating the word shit, or abbreviating a curse word. And I'll go on I'll see somebody's page pop up that's like booties or something, booties galore or something, and it'll have pictures. Every picture on it will be some picture with, a woman in a G-string and something or whatnot, and they're not doing nothing about that, and
no, they don't.
the comments that go along with that, but
They're disgusting.
they're ready to suspend me or put me in Facebook jail for 3 days because I abbreviate the word shit or fuck, So I just
I know their priorities are messed up. And one time, I was seeing a lot of these on Facebook. They were a lot of those, like booty pictures and stuff. And what I noticed was a lot of the women were putting for their jobs this particular high school. I believe it was in Maryland, and so they were putting some high school. And I thought, and then when you would click on where they listed their job, it would go to that high school's website. And so I thought, wow, that's pretty messed up. I'm like, these don't look like teachers. So I actually called that school, and the lady answered. I go, I'm just curious. I go, this is like a legitimate high school, correct? And she's like, yeah, we're a normal high school.
Yeah.
And I told her about what was going on. And so she gave me the email, and I sent her what was going on. And she looked at it, while we were on the phone. And she said, these are not any of our teachers.
Wow.
And so, I said, because I just wanted to let you know in case people were thinking of sending their kids there, that it literally does go to the schools, and these women are saying that's where they work. And, she was angry, I'm pretty sure they probably did something about it, I hope. But I just found that so, horrible that people can just do what, and like you said, they were like real sex sites, and they were just showing anything there, Like,
just
like
uninhibited, unrestricted stuff. Yeah. It just, I just don't know what the watchdogs for Facebook are doing,
Can YouTube, the watch. I mean, Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's crazy
Or
that
how, like on Trump on Twitter, Trump got away with, you know, that stuff from January 6th was just the tip of the iceberg. He had been inciting people on Twitter for a couple years, you know, and he got some type of privilege, you know, executive privilege, or you know, just who he was privileged. I don't get that, you know, but how he was allowed to say anything he wanted on Twitter, and you know, more so than anybody else could, you know. And
well, look at like last night when we were talking, and somebody had said that that's why you know, like you had said, they should have to get rid of their interest in these companies and stuff. You know, it's like a conflict of interest.
yeah,
And somebody said, "Oh, they do, blah blah blah." Remember they said that, but that's not true. They don't have to get rid of, and I agree with you. They should have to get rid of their interest in things. But here's, you know, Trump with he owns the hotels that he was making the Secret Service stay in, you know, whenever he would go somewhere, and he owned the hotel.
okay,
So, you know, and they was like $600 a night for these hotels,
yeah.
and we had to pay for that.
Oh, as taxpayers? Oh,
Yeah,
we had to all pay for the Secret Service to stay in those?
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And they were his hotels. I
See,
mean, wait a minute, that's messed up. Like for him and his kids, and I don't agree with the nepotism of putting in your family members in, you know, these certain positions. I
oh
mean,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah. It totally unqualified, with no experience in
well,
government or
like he wasn't
nothing.
unqualified to be
Yeah,
president, you know?
and his son-in-law Kirchner had a lot of influence. He was his advisor, one of his advice. He had a lot of influence on Trump, you know, and so did his daughter, you know.
I just can't believe that. I mean, he had no political experience.
No, no. And
No.
I put that on the American voting uh, uh, constituents there. You know, they're obviously put him in there. So what does that say about uh, the American voters' knowledge of government and what is really good for the people? You
And
know.
that's the problem, because I agree with you there wholeheartedly that it's frustrating when people who like I don't vote. I vote for who's the best candidate. I don't just say, oh, this is the Republican one, this is the Democrat one. You know, I mean, I look at their policies. I read, you know, when they have the questions on the ballots. I read through that booklet
Yeah,
that we
you
get.
vote for who best represents your interests, and yeah,
Yeah, and I actually, because some of the way they word stuff, when you're voting on, like, you know, on the ballots on questions, you know,
mhm.
and um, they want to pass this and make this legal, but when you read through it, the wording of it is really to get people to vote no on something, but it's going to hurt them to vote no,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
because they don't. If you don't read that booklet that you're receiving in the mail that's telling you what questions you're voting on, then you could just easily vote yes on something that really is not going to be good
and,
for.
and that's what studies find, that voting comes down to a lot of stuff like, you know, does this person look like me, or you know, I find
Or
that
my
voting.
father told me to vote
Yeah,
Republican, or
yeah,
you know, my
or because you know my this guy is for labor unions or against labor unions, and I work for a company that, you know, we need the labor unions. And I find that in a lot of cases, like, you know, when I vote, you know, and my voting can kind of be kind of sporadic, you know, is that a lot of times I think people vote because they're voting for the lesser of two evils. You know, I didn't vote in the last presidential. No, I did vote in the last president. I did a mail-in, but I didn't particularly like Biden, and I'm not a Democrat. I consider myself an independent political thinker. Okay, I think the vision of and platforms of political parties can be rather confining. Okay, but that's another discussion. But what I'm saying is that I voted for Biden because I didn't want Trump in there. Yeah, but I wasn't in total agreement with Biden's platform. He wasn't really my man, but he was the lesser of two evils. So
I really don't think that in the last few elections that there have been as many candidates for us to even choose from. It
no,
seems
no.
that there's, nobody else running to.
And one has to ask the question, I think, do we really need the office, the executive office? Do we really need a president of the United States? Are we really saying that we have that much faith in one person that every 4 to 8 years, okay, that this person, we need this person representing and influencing a lot of our issues, okay? Because really presidential power is really not as vast as people think it is, because there's vetoes, and the true power probably lies within Congress, in the House and the Senate, okay? And that in that voting process there. The president is more of just a figurehead. He's a persuasion, he uses that platform, but blah blah blah. But I don't even think we really need an off. I think that the public and can be governed by committees and things of that sort. I just don't think. I think we ought to just get rid of the presidency. It's just really not needed anymore.
I feel like with the term limit, it's that when you get somebody in there who's trying to, do a good job and do the right thing, because of, they're going, having to fight to pass this, and it'll take so long, and then their term is up, and then it becomes where the other party is trying to, get that now removed, and it's like nobody can make a real difference in any kind of policy because both parties are so opposed, like
Yeah,
they
yeah,
can't, yeah, and they can't make a difference because they're limited in their time. And as long as these people stretch things out for as long as they can, they know this person's going to be, they'll be gone soon anyway. So, you
yeah.
know,
And that majority system, majority voting for approving legislation and all that, that's all fucked up. And the fact that it's so limited to two parties, I mean, there are a couple independents in there, but the two party system it doesn't serve us correctly anymore, and the whole electoral system of voting and
oh, that's
all of that,
ridiculous.
it's just, but it'll be just like, trying to get rid of that and change that, just like they're trying to change the voting now. It's just like that thing you sent me on what was that, the immunity thing. They said, well, yeah, New Mexico, Colorado, and got rid of it, but there
Yeah,
goes
but yeah, there's always
the
but. Yeah.
fucking loopholes. Loopholes
Yeah,
are
these
killing,
loopholes, and
and
it's like
loopholes
really
and exemption.
amazing to me that whole, even if you read the Doctrine of Duty, which is, the police officers, their doctrine of duty. When you read that, it's pretty shocking. It's totally contradictory to what we all think. Like when we would see, oh, aren't they to protect and serve? Only to each other.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, to each other. That's where their protect and serve comes to. It's like if they don't, if each jurisdiction, they make basically their own rules, And as long as they don't nobody changes it by doing something out of the ordinary of how they usually handle things, then that's how they're supposed to basically, don't get yourself really involved. You have no you're not obligated to.
And it's affected so much by, once that comes into play, then those little, constitutional rights come into play, and that there's loopholes with that, and conditions and exemptions and all of that just fucks everything up. It's just so fucked up out here.
It really is, because like with the constitutional right and that qualifying amendment, qualified immunity, it's like if they don't define that they have violated your right, then they're not held, then it never becomes an actual right for people. Like we were talking about, people who sit in jail for 3 years waiting for a trial, even though it says that we have the right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, and we know how that goes.
Right, and that's amazing to me.
See you in 5 years.
Yeah, and by then, God knows what has happened to somebody in prison. They're scarred for life then.
We'll start the trial in 5 years. We'll see you back on. We'll put you on the docket now.
Yeah, even though you're innocent till proven guilty, so-called. Yeah, so basically, when they say, people make jokes and they go, oh yeah, everybody's innocent in prison. Well, maybe they are. I mean, if they're innocent until proven guilty, but they're violating their right to a speedy trial, then doesn't that mean that some of them are innocent?
That's because those people, those lawyers who are on retainer, they need to make some money,
And that's what it is. I mean, when you don't have the money to buy an attorney, then you basically are not you're not the hot topic. You're not the moneymaker for them.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen cases where the attorney has, one day they didn't, like they missed the deadline by 1 day. And that guy's life is screwed up. But I mean, is he some shoddy attorney that is getting like $30 an hour and, bitter about it and doesn't really care? I mean, there's so many aspects to, but I mean, like you said about the knowledge of other voters, it is frustrating for people who are very passionate about their voting and their right to vote and stuff, to know that they're going to the polls with people who just vote for somebody based on what, their families always voted or whatever, whatever the case may be. It's not because they're informed about the person or have, really studied into it. It's just,
why do we take away? It's fucked up. Why do we take away a felon's right to vote?
Exactly. I don't think that is okay.
No, I don't either. I don't
think that's okay. Because they have another view of life and what needs to be changed and what maybe they want to vote for, what somebody's stance is on the prison system, and yet they don't get a voice.
No, and
they've already done their time. Why should they lose their right to vote?
Yeah, because I spray painted or I committed embezzlement. What does that have to do with me making a rational decision on who I would like to see, in office? It has nothing to do with anything.
Ministry says, hi, SG and Day Day. I don't know what happened, but the way that schools and universities indoctrinate people and the way that the mainstream media and the government tries to divide. I know that the mainstream media and the government tries to divide. What do you mean the schools and the universities indoctrinate people? You mean giving people degrees that haven't gone for that degree?
Yeah, what does it mean by the schools indoctrinating? Almost like a philosophy. Those are supposed to be the most open free thinking places in our society, you know, where we make decisions about, you know, a lot of different things, whether they're liberal or conservative. So,
I appreciate what ministry just said, though, because
yeah,
the
I
way
like
that
to
the
hear
government tried,
expand
did you
on it
see
a
that?
little bit. Yeah, I like to
The
hear it.
government tries to divide black and white, left and right, vax and unvax. I have to say that I am proud of both of you. Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that. I'm
you.
proud of
Thank
both
you.
of us too.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, because that's the thing. Like earlier when I came on, and I
Well,
know that
and
you.
I think that it has to do a lot more with the media than than maybe the government necessarily or universities. Okay, the government has probably just slightly under because you know you see with like the vaccine, you see two different forces. You see that forces like that you see represented in the conservative end, and you know this is our choice, and you know we've got a right to do this and that, and then you have that information or that sector that's giving you as much information about what the sciences can do for you and how that can be a benefit to you. So you know you're always going to have those forces, and but I think that in universities and schools and stuff, I think that they're encouraging people to make your own decisions on stuff. I know when I went to school, it was that way, you know, and it's not just something that you can get in school. You can get that anywhere. But
Anywhere. Hi,
yeah, yeah.
Brian Walsh. Hi. Nice to meet you. I was watching these really on the government controls the media. Notice they are also the. I noticed that
Well, there's a sector of the media that it doesn't, you know, the free press and stuff like that. So it's not a total control of the media. There's still a lot of media out there, both negative and good. You know, the malicious have their own papers. Those groups out there, they're on the fringe of a lot of, you know, outcast shit. They've got their own communication systems now.
yeah,
You
but
know,
he is right because when I was doing some research on some of the topics that you know, like for instance 9/11, right? Way back when you could find a lot more videos pertaining to it than what you find now. Hey, you two little bastards! Why are you fucking around with that? Hold on one second.
you
I
think
got.
so? I'm thinking that there's more exposure to this stuff now and information.
I have
You
to
can
mute
just
myself for 1 second. My cats are trying to tear up my earphones. Hold on. You can talk, though. You talk.
yeah, I think that you know in part what you're saying a ministry is true, but I think that there's still a vast element out there that are able to make their own decisions without any influence by the government. To a certain degree, I guess we're all kind of restricted in a little bit or small part on what we can say and what we can express, but there is it would seem to me at this time and age with with online exposure being what it is, and people having all kind of access to all kind of communicative outlets that you know there's a million different opinions on things going on out there. So let me see. Brian Walsh, what's going on? It can be a political a chat where we talk about a lot of different things around here, from politics to partying to religion to violence to marriage to it's a diverse talk and respond um, uh, platform here. So uh, that's the
I'm
way.
actually going to have to look up indoctrinating.
Oh, indoctrinating.
Yeah, because I'm like, I gotta know, like, because I can admit I am not sure. Do you know?
Yeah, Brian Walsh asked, you know, is this a political chat? I told him it's a little bit of everything. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and it's a really open platform, open talk environment. Just everybody staying respectful to each other, and you know, and that, yeah, everybody expressing what they need to express. So.
It means teaching someone to accept a set of beliefs without questioning them.
Yeah, it's almost, yeah, indoctrinated. It's almost like, this is what we want you to know, and this is how it applies, and this is the kind of the way we want you to think about things. You know, I think that applied heavily more back in the day, like, World War II. The whole Soviet Union was indoctrinated with, indoctrination goes across the board, from not only verbal, but you've got literature that's playing a part in it, and then they control all those elements. So,
I don't mind political talk in my chats, like, because no, I think that we kind of, yeah, we touch on all kinds of different subjects,
yeah, yeah.
really.
We
Yeah,
talk about religion. We talk about marriage. We talk about raising children. We talk about fun and partying. We talk about a lot of different things, and that's what I like about it.
Yeah, and I was watching this really interesting like website tonight that has like some videos on it from white and blacks, and I really well, not tonight, ministry. um, and there was a lady, she was a tenured professor at Vanderbilt University. Her name was Carol Swain, and she was a black lady, and she said that she started out poor. She was born poor. She had 3 children by the time she was 20, and that she the reason why she is where she is today, which is successful, that she worked hard, she made good choices, and she took advantage of the fact that she was in a country where she could advance her education and do to get to where she is today.
Yeah.
So I felt she made there was some really good points of that she was saying that the things that sometimes are getting said now, that people are holding people down, is kind of it's life life sapping ideals that are on young people, so that it's it's they're told to reject success principles, like it's toxic messages, as opposed to she was saying, when a government takes care of somebody completely, right? That's oppression, because basically they're really holding you down because they're barely letting you get by.
Yeah,
You
they
know?
control all the sort of goods and services, and yeah, that's almost that's communism, essentially.
Well, I mean, like, if you're the type of person to think, well, I'm gonna just, I I'm gonna the government owes me this, so I'm gonna have this. But in a way, you're not gonna get what you should get if you just work hard for it and make good choices, and you know seek to better yourself and become successful in whatever career you want to be. Oh, I'll drop your
Yeah,
link.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out too, ministry.
I'll drop your link. And I feel that there was some really good points on the channel. There was like a white guy who was he had 8 kids of his own, and that were white, and 5 foster children that were black. And so he didn't really know how to respond to them in the whole Black Lives Matter thing.
Okay.
He didn't know how to answer their questions because he just loves his children, all of them. And so he was really put between a rock and a hard place. And I was really, I was impressed with a lot of the things I was seeing on this channel. Like, remember the name of the ministry. Oops, I'm spelling ministry's name wrong. I'm trying to look for her channel here. Yeah. Is it under Ministry of Truth or Ministry of Day Day?
Yeah. Yeah.
That ministry? It's the ministry. Okay, MK. That's what I meant. Okay. It's like turning a lot to that, actually, the George Orwell novel.
1984.
Yeah, 1984. Yeah.
Didn't he do the War of the Worlds or something?
No, wasn't that that was Orson Welles, right? Wasn't it?
Oh, the War of the okay, maybe. I thought H.G. Wells wrote that too. He wrote another book. It wasn't Around the World in 84 Days. It was something else, I think.
I can't hear you.
You ever ran into Nostradamus before?
Somewhat, but not, not that much,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of times it's not too difficult to be general about something, and then people say, oh, he's real accurate about this, or this happens or that happens. But it was some interesting things he kind of said about future, how wars will be in the future, and they say he kind of predicted the coming of the computer or something like that. But I just never know how, if some of that information is twisted, from its original content.
Lulu, stop it. God, these cats, man. Every time I go live, it's like, oh, she's live. Let's be cats.
I'm a feline lover. You leave Tucker alone.
It's Lulu.
Keep Tucker's name out of your mouth.
Yeah, don't say his name. I will watch a ministry, and that link that I just put up is ministry's channel.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that
no, it
during times of whatever, huh?
It never came up. I don't think. Did you?
She said thank you.
Okay.
You saw it, right? The link right there.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I was watching, like when I was watching the that channel I was telling you about, that they were saying about the, the black on black crime, and the lady said, "Doesn't that matter?" And one of the things that I came across was this little boy. He was like 1 year old that had gotten shot by gang related violence at like a cookout, and these like some gang like the 900s and the Crips and this and that, and they had been like in and out of jail. These people, and I'm like, wow. Back again to the letting people out of jail, like the whole justice system. I mean, for their rap sheet was huge. This guy.
Yeah.
And there he was out on the streets, just doing the same things over and over, and shoots a little. And the thing was while I was trying to find, like I did put the guy's name. I think his name was like Deshaun Austin. And while I was looking for, what happened to him, did he get convicted? How long is he in jail for? I couldn't find anything.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was odd. There was no follow up on the case.
Yeah, but on the flip side, it was like, we do these mass demonstrations that involve like race related violence and stuff, but on the flip side of that, you know you know you can go to Chicago and get, black on black crime that's killing, you know numerous people, and nobody says nothing about it. So, and that's just been, that's been that way for decades, and will
Yeah, and I
continue.
was so
And
shocked that there was no
the
follow up.
people, but and the
Okay.
people that want you to address the, George Floyd thing won't address the Chicago thing, Obama said a lot of things about, he put his input on the George Floyd and related, you know, things like that. But, he started out in Chicago, he was whatever he was in Chicago. He was a senator from Illinois, but he did a lot of his grassroots in Chicago. Never once have I heard him, go back to Chicago and try to do, community stuff, related stuff. I don't care. I mean, by being the ex-president, his influence should be tremendous at this point, So
Right. The link that I just
the
dropped,
dichotomy.
Brian, is how you would come up on the panel. That link that I just dropped. Yeah,
Yeah.
Detroit. I mean, Detroit. That's such a sad case, with Detroit, and I'm sure a lot of other cities. That those, from what I've been, looking up and everything, like that whole Flint water thing and everything. Those were, black, like politicians at the time, um, and that guy is like out of jail, right? The one who had like built all the millions of dollars. You have to turn your audio on at least. You don't have to have your camera on, Brian, but your audio has to be. So you just really hit the middle button to turn off the cam, but at least let the microphone work, Brian. You have to do it that way. You have to because I won't be able to let you up like that, because with no audio, then yeah. Yeah, the inner cities, I mean, I just
But
can't believe.
but it's just not. I mean, you can go across the board.
Well, it's not just black politicians. I know that. It's disturbing to me that is not, like we were talking last night about Elon Musk and the space travel and how much money is being spent on that. And it's disturbing to me that places like Detroit, and the homelessness and the schools, I mean, are going ignored while they're spending all this money on space.
Yeah. And the paradox of it all is we're at the same time saying this is just the greatest nation. And I mean, there's truth in that also. But, when you look closer and underneath a lot of the rocks and stuff, there's a lot of dichotomies, a lot of paradoxes, a lot of juxtaposition, a lot of things that just don't make sense. And a lot of things that push right against wrong, and rational against irrational, and that's the environment and that we live in. That's the world that we live in, and
And I
it's
think, like, I can't, like, recollect, and I could be wrong, but when somebody is running for president, it seems like, oh yeah, Baltimore, wow, Baltimore is just so bad. But when somebody's running for president, I mean, I could be wrong, I don't ever remember their, you know, in their, you know, their speeches of their promises and their campaign promises and the things they're going to do. Somebody saying, "Oh, and I plan on spending billions on space travel." You know,
Yeah.
so it's like, you know, then you get like a president in who is, you know, approving this and this for space travel, and it's like, well, like even now, I mean, it's just, you know, it just seems to me that that should be part of what they should say. Like, if they're going to spend billions on space travel and none on the infrastructure, then, you know, that's
Yeah,
the
that
problem.
does not make sense for the good of the people, does it? It
No,
just
it doesn't. Not at all. And, you know, and I have to like
and
find,
you know, we have our problems in all of the inner cities, but you know, everybody has their little special problems everywhere. You know, now those same problems that we have in the inner city are spreading out to the nearby suburbs, you know, and then we're having problems with in a lot of these communities with seclusion, you know, and still being very very segregated, and then that's causing problems on the government and voting side and political side. Why is it that, you know, when you do a voting chart, you know, you'll do, say you do Georgia or something, and the Atlanta area and the very close surrounding area is all blue, and then everything is all red everywhere else, you know? So it's just, it's, you know, everything is, all those little problems are reflected in every community just about, you know, but just
Brian,
in,
you have to only block your camera, not your microphone. You know, I can't, it doesn't give me the option to allow you up when you,
oh, and
there
he
was
has to
a,
go to the thing, the little thing that says, that gives him on the voice,
yeah, it
it'll
doesn't like
say,
even let me like allow him to come on the panel because there's no audio at all, you know, for him. But
that's
what
what
do
I'm
you mean when
saying.
you say yes they are
That's what I'm
ministry?
saying. For his audio, he has to go for, it'll say speaker, and then it'll say real something, and then it'll say uh microphone. There's a little,
Yeah, it'll say microphone and audio or sorry, microphone and the camera. And you can't do both. You have to just do the camera. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
not that,
What
another
ministry,
little
what do you mean when
section.
you say yes they
We'll
are?
figure it out. And he's got to turn off his, tell him to turn off his YouTube. That's probably the big thing. Then it'll
Well, no, because he's like clicking the one that's far on the when you're back there
oh,
instead of the middle
okay.
one that says camera. He's
Okay.
clicking the one to the far right that says like audio and camera or something like
Yeah.
that.
And you know, those bigger
Um,
cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and LA, and all of those are have that historical thing against, where, you know, those cities were founded decades, if not centuries ago. Philadelphia, they've got so many big problems and stuff. It's because they've been around for since the 1700s. You know, you're not going to get that in a suburb that was just started being built up since the 1970s or 80s. You know, so you got those problems that are specific and particular to those type of cities. But yeah, there's still ugly problems though, you know. But you'll get violence everywhere. You got drugs everywhere, you know. You got domestic violence everywhere. It's just that it's more, sometimes more prevalent in areas that are highly populated. So you're gonna get that.
Tucker, Lulu, stop that! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Why are you two fighting? Stop it, Tucker. Leave her alone. Oh, they're
Am
fighting.
I gonna have to call the animal CPS and have them?
No, they're fighting each other. It's like, my God, what is going on here? Were they having like a domestic spat? I don't remember what it was now.
You're gonna have to call the APC, the Animal Protector Center, they could come out and figure it out.
Yeah,
somebody,
the domestic
somebody's got to be
dispute between
taken.
my domestic pets.
Somebody's got to be taken out of the household.
I'm not doing anything to Tucker. It could be. Are you using Chrome for a browser? Because I think that's what, I'm not sure, but I know that other people have had that issue and then finally they figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
Ministry said voter fraud, but I don't know that it was, I feel like there was a problem with the mail-in ballots. I don't think they should have that, but
Yeah, that system wasn't perfect, the voting thing. But for dealing with millions and millions and millions of votes, I think that it was really, really fairly accurate. Okay. And it wasn't enough, the discrepancy wasn't enough. Trump lost by I think 30 million votes, okay? And it wasn't enough that you know that there would have been some
but
issue.
wouldn't have none of that mattered if really the electoral college is the actual, the end all of the voting? Like, so,
Well, it is because remember
right, the Bush thing, right? So
No, Hillary won. Remember she beat Trump in the popular vote, but she lost in the
the
no,
electoral
no,
college, which I've only seen that happen too, also to Al Gore. Um, and so wouldn't that mean that the electoral college this time actually went with Joe Biden, right? I
you
mean,
know that that's another, we talked about what you call him yesterday as far as Bush and shit. He was behind screwing Al Gore. Remember Florida, and wasn't Florida the issue, but wasn't the Bushes had something to do with Florida? And remember Al
well, Jeb
Gore?
Bush was the governor, yeah, but the thing is that, and they also were like, oh, it was the electoral college.
That was it. That was it. Remember, he was Jeb Bush was the governor, and then all of those people that tried to vote, they were closing down in some of the cities where Al Gore would have won, like the inner cities. They were closing the booths early, and they weren't letting people vote, and it was all like it was like they're trying to legally do now by not, well, no, you can't have water and shit while you're waiting to vote. It's that type of shit that I don't like.
But the thing was at the end of the day, even though they were trying, about the votes, but when they finished counting them, Al Gore won the popular vote, but it was the electoral college
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
came
yeah.
in and did that. And so when all of that was going on saying about voter fraud, but if the electoral college can basically wipe out the popular vote, then it would mean that it really wasn't, voter fraud because the electoral college must have went with Biden as well.
Well, the
Otherwise,
the electoral college is flawed to a certain degree because it comes down to that, so how they calculate that with so many senators per, and then that's how the electoral college is rather kind of complicated when it comes down to that, and it's
no, but I mean, but basically, like when they were saying that, oh no, they were for Trump, I mean, and then, but yet the electoral college didn't say, yeah, but we want Trump, and then he would
yeah,
have
it was
said it.
fair all the way around. So the discrepancy, he just didn't have any of foundation for that. He was under the same. It's like if we got a football game and you're complaining because there's snow out and it's hurting you. Well, the other team is playing on the same field as you, you know?
Right, yeah. And no, what I'm saying though, ministry, is I know they're both legal, but what I'm saying is that in that sense that they're both legal, then the Electoral College would have gone with Trump, and we would have had to have Trump as the
Yeah, well, I think Trump was screaming about how the votes were collected. That's where the fraud was coming in. He was thinking,
yeah, but
and
it
it was
doesn't matter because the popular vote doesn't, take precedence over the Electoral College.
yeah, yeah. But
So instead of being
saying
mad at
that,
the public, they should be mad at Electoral College, because basically that's what it boils down to, is that they must have been in agreement that, you know, they
well,
picked
there just
Biden.
wasn't enough of a discrepancy. If they were properly being counted at like 99, 98%, then that other 2% wasn't enough. He was getting beat well enough where that 2%, even if they had given him that other those thousands of votes that he thought were taken illegally, that would have he still would have lost.
Yeah, and I mean, like the outright fraud of the Democrats that helped steal the election. I don't know, like,
How's that? What do you
how's
mean?
that? I mean, like, how did they steal the election?
Yeah. That's well, he claims, shit like, and that's why they're trying to, like, I don't know. They were saying stupid shit like, that they were, they could the mail-in ballot system and all of that, and you have to show up now instead of mailing in shit, and that people were stealing shit out of the mailbox, and he was just coming up with a bunch of bullshit.
Right, I mean, like, didn't that whole mail-in ballots thing, wasn't that the first time that was really, really implicate,
And
like,
well, Ministry of Truth says I'm talking about the right fraud of the Democrats that helped steal the election. How so?
yeah, and those mail-in ballots, that was like the first time that was, used, other than, for senior, people who were out of the country or whatever. But so he approved that, and then when it didn't work out his way, then that meant that it was a fraud. So
Yeah. And
yeah,
they had people at every polling station watching everybody from both sides. So I just don't know where the stealing comes in at, and this is the problem, one of the problems that keeps our nation divided.
yeah, that does. There's no better way to divide people than by making them think they have a choice, you
Yeah.
know?
Or steal
And the thing is I remember one year I was voting, and I was so shocked that, how they do, look at your name on the, in your,
your registration of
yeah, and you give them your name.
card. Yeah.
But I said, I had my license out, and they go, "Oh no, we don't need your license." And I'm like,
What?
"What?"
Aren't you supposed to match you're supposed to match that with because your
That's what you would
voter
think,
registration
yeah. But they
card.
weren't showing license, and I heard that, and that wasn't this past one. That was the other one. And I mean,
All
I
you
just
had
was
to
so
show was
shocked.
your voter registration card during that
No,
one?
you don't even have to show that. You just tell them your name.
Oh shit. That's
Yeah.
fucked up. And they
So
had
it's the
no.
same with the mail-in ballots. You don't really know if that person is the person who's sending it in.
Yeah, because your address has to match whatever some type of form of ID. You could have just went in there as you could have your sister or something, and you could have posed as your sister or your cousin or something.
Yeah, I mean, and she says fraudulent mail-in ballots, and the thing is, though, is I actually watched a crime documentary where this guy, he was a construction worker. Well, he owned the business actually, and then his wife went missing, and he mailed her mail-in ballot, and yes, she was dead, and he mailed it in, voting for Trump. So if we're going to say that there was fraud on both sides, I mean, you can see that
Well,
on any.
ministry says that they'd stop the Republican watchers from watching in, and those ballots were counted sometimes 3 and 4 different times, with being very open, because all of the media outlets were saying that the Republican watchers were there. You know, that was required, that they had people watching who was counting and stuff. You know.
Yeah, and it was a Republican, presidency at the time. I mean, I think that they would have.
Well, and did people voting? So are we saying that all of this fraudulent vote, that nothing was fraudulent on the Republican side? That all
Yeah,
that
I
the
mean, because I
Democrats
saw the.
that the Democrats were the only ones that were involved in fraudulent behavior with the voting. So I just don't believe it.
I tell you, I watched that documentary, and it was just a crime documentary, but it just, it mentioned that the husband mailed in his wife's mail-in ballot, but she was dead, and
Oh.
voting for Trump. So if it happened, I mean, that's the, no, it did. No, I mean, really, I'm saying that
You
it was a
think
crime
maybe that
documentary.
Roscoe mailed yours in for you?
No, but what I mean is that I find it hard to believe they were even allowing mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
I
But
think
how do
that.
it's difficult to, well, I don't know how difficult it, but to keep all of the safeguards in place. If I die, 2 days before the voting thing, before I cast my vote, and my daughter sees it on the table, and mails it in for me, but I died 2 days ago, and the state doesn't have that information that I died, well, then shit like that happens. But how do you stop that, and control it, and both sides are doing it, or so that the fraud kind of evens itself out, I think, if anything.
And I have to wonder, like, if such a significant fraud took place under that presidency, then shouldn't we wonder what other frauds were allowed to escape their watchdog eyes,
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
right? I mean, so weren't they lax in their own governing of things? If that's the case,
Yeah.
then I mean, if we're gonna blame the voters, then blame the people who were in charge of it.
And
Yeah,
that's
and
though it's that the officials, but you'll dig deeper and find that Congress, prior to all this, have they've changed like voting things, of so much, and just like they're trying to do now, that and that a lot of states are overthrowing this bullshit about how well, we're going to change that you can't do write-in ballots no more. You can't. You got to stand in line. You can't have no water in line. And
who said why can't you have water in line?
yeah, that's what they did down in Georgia. That's that's for people. Because most Republicans show
Poor
up.
Brian. I don't mean to interrupt you,
No, no
Brian.
problem. No problem.
Brian, by turning off YouTube, well, don't turn off YouTube right yet, but when you were to come on, you would turn off YouTube in the background because it would echo. But if you click the link, I'll drop it again, and
He's got three
okay,
things to
man.
do. He's turn off his mic, tap in, and then turn off
No, don't
his.
turn off your mic. Turn off your camera. Like
Yeah,
when you.
turn off the camera, then turn on, then tap in, and then turn off your X out of
Yeah,
the.
then he'll be fine. He should be able to get in if he just turns the camera off. Let's see.
Yeah, but then he's got to tap in, and then
He's still got it that
turn
way.
off. He's got to turn off the YouTube. That's the key. But he's also got.
No, it's that he's gotta. It's either his browser. What is it saying to you, like Brian, in the back? I mean, is it what message is it giving you? It has to have like three choices of leaving your camera on, where in that little square you see yourself. And
What are we comparing Ministry of Truth? Come on, compare the Trump rallies into the Biden rallies for what? I mean, well, why are we comparing those? They have nothing really to do with what we're talking about as far as the voting fraud.
I did see one video
And
of a
that's
Trump
what I
rally
think.
where the guy was yelling "USA,
Yeah,
USA."
but I think that kind of, those comparisons,
Hi, I'm about.
those keep us divided too. I don't care if Trump's rallies are bigger or if Biden's are bigger or smaller or something. This is all we're part of the political process, and that keeps people active in making decisions about our government, whether it's MAGA or whether it's more of a liberal setting. It just, and that's why I don't, with these news places, especially, with Fox, it just, I don't know. It's just like, it want to keep it, oh, the liberal left and the liberal that, and we're socialist and all of this. But yet, that side could be doing some good things, and, CNN is not without doing the opposite too. So, but it's just, this is what kind of keeps us divided as a nation, and where we don't get things solved. It's always that's where's that confinement and narrow vision of political parties hurts people.
But the thing is too that I really don't like understand is with Biden, and he has that, he wants to that with the infrastructure and fix the infrastructure, and it'll cost a lot, yes, but and solve the problems of people. Then to have the complaint about Detroit and the inner cities, when that is his agenda is to try to fix those things, then, but it wasn't in Trump's agenda, then I don't understand if you care about the infrastructure, but Trump's wasn't about infrastructure, and the Republicans usually isn't about the people,
No, well,
then
it comes down to, oh, we're spending too much money, and this and that, and most people don't give a fuck about how much more. America spends more money than any nation on earth by far across the board. Okay, so if I gotta put every year another $7 on my to renew my to renew my tabs on my car, or to altogether pay a total of $80 in taxes across the board, to have bridges fixed, to have roads fixed where people can drive safely, and to have more transportation involved, and to have better safety, then that's what I'm gonna do. Not that, oh, we're getting the debt sailing up, and who don't nobody give a fuck about whether or not you care about your own personal debt. But all this, oh, we're a nation. We've been in debt as a nation for every decade. It goes up $1 trillion. What's it gonna be like in the year 2035? 14 years from now, the national debt's probably gonna be about $7 or $8 trillion. That's
but we
like,
actually were in debt during the time of Clinton. I mean, we were in the beginning when but he was actually, making progress with the deficit. And it was, our surplus was increasing every year. And those are based on the government records that, I researched and saw that it was increasing every year that we were in the black. We didn't owe. And gas was cheaper.
thank you, Brian Walsh, Trump is a criminal. And I'm not just being biased about this, okay? But I think that the proof is there, and all, maybe Ministry of Truth, maybe the Biden administration does lie a little bit about stuff. But that's not just specific to this presidency. All the presidency have been lying since Nixon's days, and before that. Kennedy lied about the Bay of Pigs and what happened there, they've been lying. Reagan was lying about trickle down economics, Bush lied to us about our involvement in the Desert Storm and all of that stuff, and what was going on in Iraq, weapons of mass destruction. Remember that, that was from the right. So, this is just the finger pointing and all that. It comes down to how is are things going to be governed? Not, so much, well, who's lying here and who's this and who's that,
That whole Bay of Pigs, I watched a documentary about, Kennedy, and they were talking about the Bay of, well, let's not call people names for who they follow, but I don't think that who's taking humanity to the grave, who's taking humanity to the grave. When Kennedy was talking about the Bay of Pigs,
Ministry of Truth is something else.
I know. She's nice though. She's a good person.
Yeah, I know.
She's a good person.
I respect her opinion on things because there's truth in what she's saying too about things. People lying and stuff, but
tell who to. No, I don't know what that means. I'm about, but I don't know what that means right there. I'm about, but I don't know who you're talking about. I really don't. So, I just had to time you out just for a bit because I don't know who you mean.
But yeah, the Bay of Pigs was, and that was during a time where the CIA was lying about stuff. The CIA was in on killing Kennedy anyway.
Yeah, and that was the issue that he was like devastated with what happened with the Bay of Pigs, and that he went to Eisenhower and told him about, what happened. And Eisenhower said, did you know when you gave your decision, was it based on what you knew or were you just basing it on what you were told? And he said, I just listened to my advisors. Yeah. And he said, don't do that anymore. He said, make your own decision.
That what I told him?
Yeah, he said, don't do that anymore. And that's why Kennedy actually he felt bullied. And so he put those recorders. It wasn't Nixon who put recorders in. It was Kennedy who put them in because it was a constant of his advisors were like, just.
Yeah, McNamara and all those guys were back then. And Bush was actually in the CIA then. I think he was second in charge in the CIA, wasn't he?
Yeah, like there, with that whole incident. And even back then, like I think it was like in 62 or something, where that whole Khrushchev and and Cuba, and all that they said that
the missiles
didn't know how close we came to.
The Cuban Missile Crisis was a farce. The history books and what they teach you in school was that Kennedy was the hero in that, and forced Khrushchev in the standoff, forced his hand, and it was actually the opposite. It was the other way around.
Right. In the documentary that I watched, when Kennedy went to meet with Khrushchev, Khrushchev was expecting this, president that was going to have this, they were going to have this debate and it was going to be all fired up and stuff between each other. But when he met Kennedy was only like 140 pounds, 120 pounds. He was, and he had the back pain and everything.
Yeah.
And that particular day, he had doubled his dose of painkiller.
Wow.
And so when Khrushchev met him, he was pretty, not what
Woke up because of his back. He had
yeah, not what
Addison's
Khrushchev
disease.
expected. So then he took like, kind of sympathy with him. So when that whole the Cuban Missile and the all that went on, and he said that they were in the over. There's like recordings of it, there that when he was in the office in the Oval Office and the advisors were there. Kennedy had said, "Oh, if anybody makes an attack, we're going to go to war with Russia." But he knew basically that if we did, everybody could get killed. It would just be
Oh
a bad,
yeah, that'd have been the end of the world. Yeah.
yeah, that
That's
it would
why
have
I
just been
say
so bad. And
that
so the advisors were saying, you have to go to war. You announced it. You said it. That happened. You were going to go to, you have to do it. You have to do it. And Kennedy said, let's go to dinner. Let's break for dinner. And he left and he called Khrushchev and, talked about it. And Khrushchev said, you know what? There's always going to be some asshole that just, takes it upon themselves to, do their own, make their own decisions, like the person who had actually started that initially there.
yeah.
And he said it was because of Khrushchev and his liking of Kennedy when they had met that actually saved the world. I guess we were very close to, if he would have listened to his advisors again, we would have been screwed.
It'd
But
have been
fortunately, he
Armageddon.
didn't.
Yeah, we'd have been through. It'd have been Armageddon. Yeah.
Fortunately, he didn't. Brian says, I
And
want. Yeah, go ahead.
that's why, nuclear weapons will never be used at this point. There's always kind of that little subliminal threat from North Korea, but North Korea knows they just want to make a missile just so that they can say they've got a missile. But if anybody knows that for one thing, it's a crime against humanity when you use a weapon of mass destruction against, so because it kills so many people. Okay, they dropped it in Nagasaki and the other Japanese place, but that's the last time it'll ever be dropped on any any civilization. And if it does, and especially if the Americans and Russians are against each other, then that's the end of the world. You might get away with a limited thing, but like I said, you can't go around killing uh hundreds of thousands of people with bombs anymore. So they're just, those nuclear weapons are just used as deterrents now. They'll use smart bombs, bombs that go in the bunkers and can go in, can penetrate, that type of thing, limited warfare. But those big ICBMs and it used to be the neutron bombs and these big things, they'll never be used. Now they'll
Yeah,
use,
but look at how much money that stuff costs us as well. And
oh
then,
yeah,
cost the American taxpayer. I mean, so, and then when you think about it, if somebody else had been making that and, and then we are and our tax, but in the end, we die, and they die and everybody, it would just be horrible. And, yeah,
yeah.
bioweapons
Could
are
you
a crime
imagine?
against
Could
humanity
you
as well.
imagine trying to live in a world right after uh, that weapons of mass destruction? And I don't know if the new ones still have like radiation related to them, like the old atom bomb and the new neutron bomb. I think a lot of them have to do with heat and shit now. I don't know, I'm not an expert on it, but trying to live in a world with no running water or electricity, and it would be bad. It would be really bad.
I think any of that shit is bad. They shouldn't be trying to, look to
What
decimate
scares
other
me,
countries.
what scares me is that America really hasn't put in any place to 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 stop simple terrorism. What's stopping your typical terrorist from taking a 50-pound sack of anthrax up to the local city reservoir and dumping it in? Don't you know how many people that would kill? And how would you stop that? Somebody going to a Boulder or Hoover Dam and setting, and have a explosive in their suitcase and then go on a tour trip inside the dam and set off an explosion, and then the Colorado River's overflowing and all that shit. I mean, it would be so easy for a terrorist attack. I mean, it just surprised me. They're not going to be using airplanes and shit anymore.
I have to go out and come back in. I'll be...
Okay. Sam Giancana was pissed because he helped him get it's Giancana got him. Giancana but the CIA knew about it and the FBI knew about it too. But see, because Giancana helped him win the votes in Chicago, and they helped him. I think it was the South Carolina or some other place. But Kennedy's brother also pissed him off.
So I'm confused. Like, I want to know from Ministry, when she said bioweapons are a crime against humanity as well, the Nuremberg Code. What do you mean, like what do you mean? Do you feel that the Nuremberg Code was a good thing or a bad thing?
The Nuremberg trials?
No, the code, it was like a set of rules that basically human experimentation was okay.
After World War II?
I'm just wondering if that's like if she's saying that it's good. Hi, no, not sure.
Who asked the question?
Good night, Brian.
Ian's back. What's going on?
Hi, Ian.
What you go eat? It must be about what? They're 12 hours ahead of us, I think, or something like that, 13 hours. So it's like in that late afternoon there, I think.
Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, are you saying that you think it was a good thing or a bad thing, Ministry? Yeah, it's King. Yeah, I dropped the crown and went secret. I don't understand if you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, Ministry. I'm confused.
Where did Ministry ask? Where did they? How far back did they ask? What is the question?
She said that
bioweapons. Is that the one?
Yeah, the bioweapons are a crime against because they want
the Nuremberg. Yeah, I don't know what is the Nuremberg, or maybe I should look that up. Google that I remember the Nuremberg trials. Let me look that up.
It goes against the Nuremberg Code. I don't know what you mean, Ministry. Like, was it tested on people or not? So
there's the Nuremberg principles. Maybe that's it. I'll look. Let me see. I said determining what constitutes a war crime. Nuremberg principles are a set of guidelines for determining what constitutes a war crime. Okay, well, yeah, and that was used with the Nazis and stuff afterwards. I don't know if that still applies to what goes on today. If that's how, it would probably set up by the United Nations or something and governing how those war crimes are prosecuted now, and that probably falls under like they caught the last Nazi or whatever that they said was a guard or something at one of the concentration camps. This was just like last week or 2 weeks ago. And that person is like 90 something now. Okay. and and so they're probably under those rules or guidelines. A lot of that stuff was made up, after World War II that still applies. I don't know if guys like Osama bin Laden were under that. I'm sure that it doesn't, because he didn't have no trial. Who's the other guy? He had a trial.
I see what she's saying, though. She's saying that with it not being FDA approved prior, that when they're giving it to people, making it mandatory, that they really don't know the effects of it because it's not even approved, but they're, making people get it. So basically, it is human experimentation, right? Is that what you mean? Because is that what you're
The
saying, Miss?
vaccine, the vaccine.
Yeah, because it wasn't approved. Like, so basically, when they're giving it to people,
Vaccine was
like,
approved. It was approved.
I don't believe it was. They have no
Yeah,
long-term
no,
studies.
no. They had, remember, was approved first. Johnson and Johnson was approved
Yeah, but
last.
it wasn't approved by the FDA. They have no long-term studies. Like, they don't have,
No,
like, look how fast they came out with that and
yeah,
developed it. And
when you're there's special exemptions when you're dealing with, if you can still prove that, and this is by the CDC controls this, okay, World CDC or whatever, that if you can prove certain, there's a procedure that you have to go through. Okay, now Russia went through a similar procedure, but they were able to get they're certified or whatever sooner because they were able, it wasn't as thorough. Okay, but the FDA doesn't need to approve those initial
I
trials.
guess I'm a conspiracy theorist then too, Brian, because I agree with what ministry is saying there. And I agree that that basically I've never had the flu vaccine. I've never got the flu. So I think that things should be a choice. Just like, abortion should be a
But
no,
I've
ministry is just
gotten
stating her
I've
opinion,
gotten the
Brian.
flu I've gotten the flu vaccine, and for me it works. So, but I don't tie any
Right, but
conspiracy.
it's your choice to get the flu shot, right? That's your choice.
But you
And
just
that's
talked
the point,
about
is it being a
you
choice.
just
It
talked
should be
but you didn't necessarily mention the science of it. You talked about, well, I'm like ministry. I think that there's like a conspiracy or something
no,
to
I
it.
didn't say there was a conspiracy. What I said was that I think it should be a choice. It shouldn't be mandated to take something that basically, first of all, there's like so many different forms of that,
But let
different
me ask
companies.
you this. Let me ask you this. At what point does, after you've understood the science of things, okay, by rational people, and you understand the goodness of something, that as far as helping out mankind and
But do
across the
you know
board,
the science of it? That's the thing. There's no long-term studies.
but isn't the information conveyed by those individuals in the medical field and the scientific field about the little information that you have on it and the trials that have been done? Isn't that sufficient enough to convince you that it's probably better? And don't you see people dying at alarming rates in the hospital that don't have the shot? Doesn't
Well, they're
that
like, I also see people dying that have the shot, and a lot of the people that were dying from, pneumonia or something else, and they would count it in the
but
COVID-related death.
is your want to, that, it's my freedom of choice, does that, to that degree, does that override what is really
No, what it is that in the Patriot Act, it was written that if you get if there's ever like a pandemic of something, and that Patriot Act outlined that people could be forced to get vaccinated for something, and then if there was any long-term effects, they can't sue for it.
But aren't you letting that type of dogma get in the way of making us a healthy and safe nation?
Yeah, but that's not a dogma. That's from the Patriot Act. That's from a government. That's not that's written. So what I'm saying is,
So you're taking theory over science, basically.
Well, no, because the science, if somebody's going to say, if you have long-term effects from it, you can't sue.
But
right?
Who's the people dying that are being admitted to the hospital? 90% of them haven't been vaccinated. Does that mean anything to you?
I feel like that a lot of times when they're trying to make the numbers fit how much they're asking for something.
Here we go with it's a conspiracy again.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. I mean, even
why would they tamper with the numbers when it's overriding that all this, like last year?
Okay. Let me put it to you a different way.
Let me finish with hospitals being just overflowing with people. And then people making these excuses. People die every year from the flu and stuff. Not at this rate. When have people died at this rate from the standard flu? Never.
But they used to tell us they did.
Who?
Remember, every year they would say, there's thousands. Remember that one year? We think the flu is going to be so bad. And then they ran out of, they
offered flu shots, which are helping people. So you got a little sick in the beginning. That's part of the medical process of becoming immune to the flu. Okay. But, now I lost my train of thought. I haven't even smoked no weed.
But the thing is okay, let's take, for instance, like the Rodney King riots, okay? The Rodney King riots. During that time, they, said that when they tallied up the deaths that they called, the deaths that happened during the riot, the LA riot, but they were also counting people who had a heart attack during the LA riot.
Okay, I have to address this, what Ian said, just real quick. I just want to get this out of the way. Okay, you said, what about the ones who have gotten the vaccine and still got the shots? Okay, that's absolutely true. But they're not dying or being hospitalized like the people that haven't got the vaccine. And that information is out there. That's what I like about this whole vaccine or not vaccine stuff, is that the science is out there on the television every day. It's in medical journals every day. And the only way that it's really getting twisted are by media outlets like Fox News, who want to tie this constitutional choice type shit to it. And it's costing people their lives.
Well, how can you support the riots of the constitutional stuff if you can't support somebody who feels that it's my right to take to put something in my body or not?
What are you talking about, the riots?
Because you said that that's violating people's constitutional rights, I mean, but it's also, but then you say, are you using your constitutional rights of freedom to make your choice or whatever? I mean, as my argument about this. Like, you can't have it both ways. Like, I can't be a conspiracy theorist if I still want to exercise my right of freedom of choice, um, and yet it's okay to say, oh, our constitutional rights are being violated. We're not getting the right to a speedy trial, or, there's many other things, innocent, we're not getting that. So, if you're gonna apply the Constitution to one argument, then you need to apply it to all of them. You can't pick and choose. You can't get it both ways. My freedom to choose if I want to take a vaccine or not, because I'm not a sick person, I am pretty healthy. Well, yeah, I have cancer, but but the thing is this: I also see who owns. Look at Johnson and Johnson. I watched that documentary about the kid who was doing the documentary about his own family, talking about how much money they have. They're part of the 1%. So, I'm sorry, I don't trust them.
Wouldn't you
I
think?
don't trust pharmaceutical companies. I don't trust pharmaceutical companies.
Wouldn't you think that your obligation to the health and safety and welfare of your fellow man transcends a doctrine?
Well, wouldn't you think that when, people are rioting and people get hurt?
That's apples and oranges.
No, it's not, because it all boils down to the Constitution and people's rights being violated.
Yeah, but if you're helping me to live longer and be safe, and that's not a violation of your rights, your constitutional rights. That's called rational logical behavior. The right thing to do. Simply, that's what it's called, the right thing to do.
Well, so is not, looting.
Looting is a byproduct of change, okay? And people keep screaming that, oh, you're just looting, blah, blah, blah.
I didn't say you're just looting. But the riots give
that's a write-off by Home Depot, okay? So some fucking buildings got burned, okay? But we made change.
People died in those buildings. In the LA riots, people died in those buildings. In Pep Boys, they burnt down.
Yeah, but it was, they died for something. It wasn't for.
They didn't die for something.
Yes, they died for change.
But
not that it's necessarily agreeable but it's not like somebody just walked in off the street and shot somebody for nothing. There was a protest. They died in just like war.
So I'm supposed to care about everybody else and get a COVID vaccine.
You can say the same thing about war. We died in Vietnam. So many men died in Vietnam, in Korea. For what? There was no threat about American security. That was about the aggression, stopping the aggression of the spread of communism. Vietnam was not in a position to threaten the security of the United States in any way.
Right, and those people were drafted and made to go there.
And died for nothing.
Exactly, and so did the people who were burned up in Pep Boys. Because they died for nothing, because it still goes on. Setting fire to things.
We died in Iraq for nothing. Those kids died in Iraq for nothing.
You're right. They did. They did die for nothing. And
who's got a one-track mind? Ministry. If it's me, that's unfair to say to me when I'm presenting at least somewhat half-ass a valid, rational feedback and comment and opinion on this. Why do I have to have a one-track mind? That goes back. There goes that I guess Trumplican mind thought.
So let me ask you. Say I got the vaccine, right, and then died from COVID. Wouldn't I have been dying for nothing?
What? Say that again.
Say that I got the vaccine and
Yeah.
then got COVID and died. Would I be dying for nothing?
I don't know if you can put it in that term.
Why can't I?
That would be like saying, I got radiation from
No,
my.
no, no. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm
But
asking you.
that's a relevant comparison. That would be like saying, I got radiation for cancer, but I still died. So, do you died for nothing?
I mean, I'm not talking about that. I mean, yeah, I'd be pissed if I could be pissed, but I'd be dead, wouldn't I? But nothing is guaranteed. But the thing is that you can't say that those people who were just shopping in Pep Boys and somebody set it on fire, and because the police vacated, which they shouldn't have, and the fire department wouldn't respond to any of those things, which that was bullshit. Is that they didn't die for something. They were just an innocent person who was,
Who's
you know,
I'm about? What's that comment about? I swept that twatter. You're talking
I
to.
don't know. I can't delete comments, and I don't have like a mod in the room. I don't think is ministry a mod. I don't have a mod in the room to delete comments. But when I went out and looked at the actual live stream, a lot of those comments with bad words, they actually don't even appear in the live stream. You know what I'm saying? Do you see it though in the live stream, or just in your back in the comments? So you could see it. You see them now, but if you go out to YouTube and look, tell me if it's there. But you're a mod and you could remove that comment, But oh, pink, okay, yeah. If you could just, I'm about. I don't want to time out. I'm about, but I
I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with what I say,
Yeah,
or
but I think it's
don't
shitty. I
start
can't
talking
just
about
remove a
like I'm
comment
crazy
without
and
having to
never
either block.
start
You know
talking
what I
about
mean? Like
like that.
Pink is here though, so there is a mod in the room.
Okay.
Pink's here, so that's good. I mean, yeah, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. You just don't try not to call names and stuff, because we all are entitled to our own opinion. And I just feel like my opinion is that I don't know anybody who I hear people that have, but
Yeah.
we just have a difference of opinion there. That's
Yeah.
that's basically the bottom line there.
Yeah, and this is all still new to everybody. All this. They're not gonna with all this vaccine stuff. They're probably not gonna be. We may have to end up taking a booster shot for those of us who want to take a vaccine. We may end up having to take this for a while, but if we had, I think that if this is, let me preface this by saying this is just my opinion. If we had kind of the same mindset, we would have never got a cure for polio or hepatitis or HIV or something. If we all refuse to based on there not being enough or being preliminary you know um uh um child trials and tests. I talked to my daughter. My daughter was that same way, okay? And her and her boyfriend, oh, there's not been enough information on it, but yet they weren't reading medical journals and they couldn't tell you what the experts were saying, either through the media or what they were reading or anything. And both of them ended up becoming very sick, okay? Even
Hi,
after,
piano man.
yeah, even after,
They just said a bad word, called somebody a bad word, um, but here's the thing. Okay, remember that we were talking about your daughter, and she said she was thinking of, and you told her don't get on any kind of benzos or pills or anything. Okay, so ministry, she does a lot of research, and she actually is a person who went through the withdrawals of benzos cold turkey, and went through that, and a lot of the things that she went through were not told to her that she would go through. And the reason was because the doctors didn't know, because they did no long-term studies on them to see what kind of effects, like the seizures, and a lot of different effects, a lot of different things like that. So, you know, uh, ministry, when she talks about long-term studies and everything, it's coming from a place of her heart, like, because
Yeah.
she knows, because she's gone through something with pharmaceutical companies where they don't care, they're just pumping shit out there to make money. So I don't discard what she says because
Yeah.
I know her
But don't
story.
but in part, do you think that hurts because that puts it more in a conspiracy mode than
How is it a conspiracy?
well, you just said that
We don't get rich from it. The people who just, are,
no, but we
but the
die
people
from
like
it.
the pharmaceutical
But we
companies that
die.
are pushing it get
But
rich.
if we if sometimes we take that approach, then we possibly miss what could really be good for us. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm just saying that without any long-term studies, but people, are getting to be, these pharmaceutical companies are, billionaires, trillionaires, and making money, and they hold the patent to heroin. Um, I feel that I don't trust them. I mean, I don't trust any kind of thing that is still curious, where did COVID come from, but yet they have a vaccine for it. But and you said yourself, even if we may have to get boosters, so that means that you're uninformed about what you put in your body, because you don't even know if you may have to get a booster eventually.
No, but from what I have seen, read, and heard, I'm willing to take that chance.
And that's your choice.
Yeah,
So
and I think that that's the odds are the same on the flip side of living and dying. Okay, I've seen so many people in the hospital. I've seen the numbers. I've seen the initial trials, okay, and the numbers surrounding the initial trials. And I've seen the actual input into people's bodies. And though it hasn't been perfect, it's enough for me to believe and warrant it getting a shot. I'll take I'll take that chance. I'd rather take that chance than not take it.
right, and yeah, it's all about the money. The CEO's got more money than anyone. I mean, people became,
My decision has nothing for me has nothing to do with money. It has to
no,
do
I
with
know it doesn't.
living and
I'm
dying.
saying that um, I was reading Ian's comment. But yeah, the if you do actually, like, when you're researching about that whole thing, you might want to look at how much money some of the people made during that time with COVID and the pandemic, and um,
Well, on the flip
hello.
side, you might want to look at how many in hospitals because they haven't got
I
shots.
did,
So I
and when
mean,
I was in the hospital, getting my surgery, two doctors that came in at different times actually um, asked about that if I'd been vaccinated or not, and I said no, and they said, "Are you planning on it?" And I said, "Are you?" And they both said no, and so you
and
know
it's funny that nobody trusts this from what people are saying. Nobody trusts this or that, but when it's time for
Yeah,
somebody
but
to,
how can you trust
but
that? How
let
can you
me
trust,
finish.
though, that Trump
Let
lost
me
the
finish.
election and the
Let
ballots
me
were
finish.
counted?
But when it's time to go to the hospital to get your life saved on something that doesn't have anything to do with uh, COVID, nobody's saying anything about don't give me morphine for my pain. Don't do open heart surgery on me because I need to have my arteries cleared out.
That's apples to oranges. The thing is that You
No,
can't say that you trust the
that's
reports of the
medication.
counting the ballots, but you don't.
That's medication from pharmaceutical companies that are helping to keep people comfortable and that are helping to save people's lives.
I wouldn't take morphine. I didn't take it when they offered me oxys and for pain. I said, I don't want that. I'll take aspirin. Thank you very much. And it worked fine.
Yeah, well,
Um,
next time you get a colonoscopy, don't get any painkiller for it. Don't even go under. Just do your
I
colonoscopy.
don't get a colonoscopy.
Well,
Like you're comparing like
have them
apples to oranges.
have them do invasive surgery on you next time without going under and see how that
I
feels.
didn't say I didn't go under. I didn't say that. I mean, of course, I'm not going to stay awake while they're cutting me open doing surgery. You know? I mean, yeah, I think we should respect individuals' choice. Bye, Ian. I'm just saying that
I'm going to.
basically,
I'm
if
out
you
of the
read, no,
studio.
but listen, you say that you believe the reports that you're reading of the people who died from COVID and stuff, but yet, when they're saying, oh, Trump got this many votes and stuff, but that's all ridiculous, blah blah blah, right? But you also agree that sometimes the media can control what people think. So it's really based on your own individual decision, you know? Yeah, it's really based on our own individual decision and what we choose to, think. I just, I see that when I'm reading oh, did he drop off? Hmm. I hope he just dropped off because his battery died and not because that's how, a disagreement is handled. That would really suck. 'Cause, yeah, that would suck if that was the case. Because basically, I don't know how somebody can get that mad at somebody because, I just, I'm sorry, my sister died from a mixture of what they had prescribed somebody, what they had prescribed her, and the hospital said, when we wanted to find out, when we talked about it, and they said, oh, well, we don't have the technology to know what other doctors are prescribing. So, but here's the technology is very, increased substantially since 1984. And, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that somebody just drops out when I'm giving my opinion and I'm not yelling about it or trying to force it on them and then just dropping out, you know? That's not respecting somebody else's individual opinion. But I doubt if you told those people whose family died in Pep Boys in '92 in the LA riot, is when they saw the riots in 2020, that they think that their relatives died for change. And I'm pretty certain that they probably wondered, what the fuck? This again? You know? Didn't look to me like, I mean, somebody's fucking shopping or working in Pep Boys, and then next thing, the whole front of the building is fucking on fire, and you can't get out. And um, no, it was that they had called somebody a name, but like I didn't time anybody out. I didn't have yeah, I didn't even remove the comment because I really couldn't. But if you said you didn't see it, then I'm thinking that you know YouTube just certain words. I guess maybe they don't print the comment. Um, but see that to me, dropping out like that in my mid sentence is a slap in the face. I just highly disagree that anybody who was injured, who lost a business, but to say, oh, well, that's just Home Depot. Oh, you timed out, I'm about? You did? No, I'm about is right here. You timed them out now? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, dropping out. Oh, is that what you mean? Yeah. I highly doubt that we don't pay for the extra insurance as consumers that, Pep Boys or any of those other businesses don't have to raise their prices. Just like when they're shoplifters, even without the looting, when somebody is shoplifting, the consumers end up paying for the difference. I don't know. No, oh, I didn't. I just said remove the comment. Not that, but it's gone now. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. It was before I'm about. No worries. No worries. No worries. Everything's good. Everything's good. Except, I'm public enemy number one. I'm sure I'm going to be, in case anybody noticed, the last couple of days, I've lost about 20 subscribers because I've been talking about, what's the current situation. Yeah, it's not that serious. Yeah, it really isn't that serious, but to get that angry about, not realize that, and here's the thing, when people are yelling, no justice, no peace, that kind of contradicts a peaceful protest, doesn't it? If that's your chant, no justice, no peace, then how is that a peaceful protest? When it's going on till 12 o'clock at night, what about the people who have children that had to go to school or were sleeping? I mean, I'm sorry that no justice, no peace is totally contradictory to saying this is a peaceful protest. That's not, it doesn't, this is why I lurk and don't get involved. Well, I'm glad you're here, Pink. Anyway, I'm glad you did come back. You made that night when I saw you come back, that made my night. So I am, because, I do. I love the people that, come into my room and we have these chats and they're really important and they're current events. And we understand that everybody has differences of opinions. I think that thank you. I just, to call people conspiracy theories because they don't, agree with you is just, it's just the same as, it's, I don't understand what the problem is to have your own difference of opinion. I don't understand that. I have read, thank you, I have read reports, government reports from the CDC where they're listing the deaths by state, and they actually have a little asterisk where basically, even though the actual, they might have COVID and fall down the stairs. Hey, be our guest. Get the fuck out. We don't like you. um, you know, and there's an asterisk that says anything that happened would be considered like a COVID death, even though they fell down the stairs. So they may have survived COVID, yet they fell down the stairs or got hit by a car or whatever it might be, choked, on a piece of popcorn. You'd be considered a COVID death. I mean, look it up right there. Look up the CDC, look up the numbers for it, and look at it, and make sure you read where that little asterisk is. When you see that little asterisk, and then you look down further, and you find that asterisk, and you read what is there. And that's what it tells you. That included in the numbers is not all COVID related. It's just not. But in order to justify needing this much money for it or justify needing to push this, certain thing through, that's what they do. It happens all the time. Not only in this, for instance, it happens all the time. I'm not stupid. I mean, when I talk about the LA riots and the tally of the numbers of the people that died during the LA riots, they included people that, died of a heart attack watching it on the TV. But they might have been 90. Might have been due for a heart attack, they might have had a bad heart, whatever. But they were including them in that, so. But to say that those people that burned in, and, for an intelligent person to not know that when looting occurs, to think that Home Depot can just write it off on their insurance, but that the consumers won't pick up the slack of their higher insurance premiums, I gotta wonder. I mean, you don't know that when you get into a car accident, your insurance goes up? Same thing. Same thing for any stores that have insurance. And the riots, all of that, looters were using as an excuse to start looting. So how about you fucking stop doing it? You mind? Because all those fires and all that bullshit and the blocking of the streets so that emergency vehicles can't get through is harming other people that are innocent. No peace, no justice does not align with a peaceful protest. Says it right there in the word, right? You'll get no peace if we get no justice. Not a peaceful protest. Blocking the street. What if you gotta get to your kid? You gotta pick your kid. Something's going on with your kid. You can't get through. That's okay? Is that okay? You're trying to race to the hospital, but you can't get there. Or your house is burning down and the fire department can't, they're distracted with all the fires going on all there. Who do you think picks up the slack for all of those neighborhoods that were totally destroyed, looking like a war zone? But, those guys in Pep Boys that burned up in 92? Hell yeah, their deaths were totally justified, right? They died for change. Not from what I saw. That kind of intimidation is not okay. It really isn't. It's not. Okay. Hi, Jack. Paranormal Underworld. Hi. To I just really I can't imagine that somebody if anybody said oh my god, if that was like a relative of mine and somebody said that, oh man, that's so fucked up. I guarantee you the people who lose their businesses or their cars or anything are like devastated. Even when you have insurance and you get into a car accident and you know this car that you know that's your fucking bread and butter. In the meantime, you got to go through all that bullshit, right? You don't have a car to get to work and your insurance goes up. And what do we really know about what insurance covers on all those people's cars that are on the side of the road? Certainly, King. I mean, but if you're gonna like call me, I really hope you're not. I hope you know I'm not a racist. I'm not. I just know right from wrong, and I don't care what was going on or how mad I am about something. Like if I'm mad at my neighbors because you know whatever they parked in my spot, I'm not gonna go over and set fire to their house. You know, maybe they park in my spot. You know, 6 out of 7 days a week. I'll complain to the landlord or whatever, but I'm certainly not going to go set fire to their house. It's not going to do it. You know, there's right and wrong. Hi.
LA riots, SG. That's what we talking about.
We could talk about LA riots, certainly.
Oh, that's a touchy subject. You know.
Would you agree with what he said that when I said the people that died in, um, you know, pet boys that were burned and the people who their businesses get looted. When you see those cars on the side of the streets during the riots, any riots, that are all smashed up and shit. I mean, say you lived in that neighborhood, okay, and you're a black man, and say you lived in that neighborhood. They didn't know, like it's not, whatever. You're just in that you live there. Your car's parked outside, and next thing there's this huge thing going on. There's fires everywhere, and your car is all smashed up. Whether, whatever color you are, would you feel that was okay?
50-50 on that, SG. No, it's
But let's
not a.
be,
But
yeah, let's be for real. I want you to personalize it. I want you to think in your head. You are in your house with your children. Say you had children, right? Now they don't know that you're, that you're a black man and a black family, but they're just going by smashing everybody's cars and there's fires going on and everything, and you just don't know like what is going to happen here. The fear that you would feel in that, wouldn't that override, you know, when you feel like, hey, wait, this is out of control? I mean, if you had nothing to do with, you know, say, I'm just saying, like, you can't deny the fear of a mob mentality.
it's like a 50-50 thing, because no, I don't condone this, but I do feel like a black man getting shot down by a white person, that's a no
Yeah,
no.
but that's not what I asked you. I asked you, would you want your car set on fire?
They ain't gonna smash my car on fire.
Huh?
They ain't gonna smash my car on fire
Why not?
because I'm I'm well known around my hood.
No, 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 I don't mean that. Or I'm saying if there was a bunch of, rioters there that didn't know you, there's like hundreds marching through and they don't know you and they're from other places and stuff and they're just smashing all kinds of cars. They don't care whose it is. That
Yeah,
or you had a business and they or something that wouldn't
yeah, yeah. I'd be pissed off if they smash my car.
right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, um, what does that solve? It solves nothing for you personally as the consumer. I mean, now your insurance is going to go up if your insurance covers it. Maybe you loved your car. Maybe you had, just spent a shitload of money, and whatever the case may be. Maybe you just finished paying it off.
But
Whatever the case may be, it's yours, and nobody else has the
I,
right.
I understand the protest by me being a black man growing up in the South. It's a lot of white folks out there that don't like black folks. It's a lot of them.
You're black. I like you, and you like me. We're
I
black, and
said, I said so about me being a black man in the South. It's a lot of white folks out there that don't like blacks, and they
okay,
letting
so
it.
let me ask you a question. Then if you say that and that's what you know, right? Then why would you live there?
I grew up in the South. Come on, you think I'm rich?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that there must a lot of people live everywhere. So
I'm not.
there must be things that are endearing to you about your community, and you
Not
certainly
gonna.
wouldn't want to see it destroyed.
I'm not gonna let racism make me get up and move.
I didn't
So
tell
why?
you to let it. And what I'm saying is, it mustn't be as bad as what you're saying. There's got to be
No,
community in
back
your community.
back then, back in the 50s and 40s, yes, it was bad. Now it's 2021. It's not bad because if a white person call a black person the N-word, you're gonna get your fucking ass whooped. We ain't standing for that shit no more.
Why do you use it at all? Isn't it a bad word anyway?
Yeah, it's a bad word.
Right. So I don't think that any kind of derogatory word, whether it's even a C word, calling a woman the C word, I think that derogatory words are just bad.
But
That's what
black
they are. They're
people,
derogatory, no matter who
but
says it.
we can black people we can call each other that because we grew up saying at each other to each other. Like you see a guy that know karate real bad, you might say that's one badass mother, and then say the N word. Or you see a dude that smell real bad because he didn't take a shower, you might say, "Oh, you stink," and then you say the N word. We grew up around each other saying that towards each other.
See, but
So
that's
we
the thing. I when I grew up, no black people said the N word and no white people said the N word.
you didn't grow up in the South. Where you grew up at?
So you think that in the East Coast they don't say the N word? I mean, it's in rap
They said,
music.
yeah, they said. What neighborhood did you grow up in?
I grew up in a very it's a diverse community. We have all kind. I mean, I went to a predominantly black junior high school and high school actually.
And you
Um,
said none of them didn't talk a slang to each other.
Now they do it more now, which is
Now they
because it's in the music now. It didn't used to be in the music like that.
probably did it back in your time. You just was out of the loop. You probably didn't know about it.
No, I wasn't. I know right from wrong, and it's a bad word. I wouldn't want somebody calling me a kike.
I tell my homeboys every time I go to work, I'm like, "What's up?" And I say the N word. They give me clap fire.
But let
Say,
me
"Oh,
just ask you a question. When you say but if a white person says that they get their ass beat, but yet you're opposed to if there was, only one bathroom and for black people and one bathroom for white people, but if a black person used the white person bathroom, that they got their ass beat. See, I don't understand that. So
that was
the word N word can belong to one race but not the other, or they're going to get their ass beat.
all that."
But yet you don't like it if we deemed something only white and a black person did it that they got their ass beat, then that would be racism. I don't understand.
Black folks don't do stuff like that.
What do you mean? Don't
See,
do stuff like that?
you never hear a black dude walk up to a white man and call him the c word for no reason.
No, no, no. That's not what I said. I said that actually, though, but in the Travis Scott and some of his lyrics, he does use the word cracker.
I don't
Um,
listen to Scott like that, so I don't know.
right. I don't either, but I did read his lyrics, and he does use the word cracker, which, I don't know why that wouldn't be deemed a racial slur by him, because, but what I'm saying is it was wrong to beat up black people who use the whites only water fountain, but it's not wrong to beat up a white person to use a word that is deemed okay. On the other
See,
side, I mean,
see, like I said, back then in the 50s and 40s, all
night
that
ministry.
all that was crazy back then. They was black folks was kind of scared of white people back then in the 40s and 30s
Do you
and
know how
stuff.
scared the Jews were in the 40s?
Now it's a new millennium. Now we ain't taking that shit anymore. Look what happened at the George Floyd riot. Look how many stuff got burned down. How many people got beat up, and how many.
Yeah, black people were doing that at the George Floyd riot.
Look how much stuff went down in all countries. They did it in the UK too. They took a statue. I heard about it. They took a statue in the UK of a white man that was known as a slave owner and seller. He sold slaves. They took that statue and they tore it down and threw that motherfucker in the river. I read about that. And this was
Yeah,
during the
so it's okay to pollute the water.
This was during the George Floyd. George Floyd happened in the U.S., but over there in Europe heard about it, and they took that statue of that white slave owner down, and they tore it down, spray painted, and threw it in the water. Look it up on YouTube. You'll see
Do you
people
know
throwing
what year that the Brit, or the United, the Britons, do you know what year that they abolished slavery and their active role in the abolishment of slavery?
I ain't been to school in a while. Refresh my memory.
1833. But they had been fighting for since the 1700s, the abolishment of slavery. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that there's good and bad in every race.
It is.
There's good. See, like Ministry said, I would agree and leave it at that. I don't feel the need to call a black person the N word. And she said, I love King. He is such a sweet person, and it doesn't matter if I'm white or black.
And I love ministry. When we gonna get married, baby girl?
But see, that's the thing. When people use the term white, 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 right? When they use that term, it's a blanket statement, and it's not, making a call on somebody's individual personality to how they treat you. Like say somebody beat me up, and you heard I was in the hospital because I was white. Okay. Would you, and they were like, well, yeah, that racist white or something, right? Would you go, I know SG, and she's not racist. I mean, we're friends, right? But
Yeah,
because of the the use of this white, white, white as a blanket statement, it puts people in danger that are not racist.
I would stand up for what's right and wrong. If somebody beats you up for no reason, I stand up for you. But
Right.
if that person beat you up and come to me and said SG called me the N word or whatever, look me dead
I
in my
wouldn't.
face and
I
said
wouldn't.
SG said something like that, I'm gonna take his side. I'm gonna like,
Yeah, but
uh,
that, yeah, but I just said that I wouldn't do that. Do you know me to
I
be a
know
racist?
I'm just using that as an example. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
but the
that
example is that the whole term of a blanket statement of just, white privilege, whites are racist, the blah, 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 right? The race, and to blanket that term, it kind of is all inclusive of as people who are white. So it
Well,
could be, it could be like, teaching the younger generation to just hate white people as a whole. And I think
white,
that there's a lot of good white people and good black people.
yeah, but
All
white privilege do exist, SG. White privilege do exist.
right.
You could, me and
Um,
you, me and you can move in a nice neighborhood. All expensive houses, big houses. Everybody got Mercedes and Lexus and uh, BMW cars. You go walk it down that street in that neighborhood. Ain't gonna say nothing to you. Let me walk my dog down that neighborhood and see how fast the police come to me and ask me what I'm doing in this
well, I
neighborhood.
can tell you honestly that I I live in a very diverse town, and nobody ever call. I have lots of black friends, Hispanic friends, white friends, and nobody calls the police on anybody here for there's a black person walking their dog, and I think that even in
It's
anywhere.
it's like that all over the world, SG. I'm not talking about in your city. I'm saying certain cities that it's an upper class neighborhood. They would expect a black man to afford a house in an upper class neighborhood. So if he in that neighborhood, they're gonna question him. Do he live here? Is he stealing? Is he visiting someone? Is he up to no good? That's what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. He just jogging through a neighborhood
Was
and
he just walking through? I mean, didn't wasn't the discussion earlier that he was actually going into, like, didn't they say that, well, he had been going into construction sites and stuff
they
like
question
that.
they questioned the guy that owned that property. They said nothing has been missing.
Well, good. So then the verdict was good then, right?
Even though he probably was looking through houses or whatever, uh, houses that being remodeled or built, so it ain't like he walking on somebody's house that live in there and go and trying to be nosy, whatever. I guess he wanted to be construction worker or a general contractor or something. I don't know why he was looking at their houses, but they questioned the guy that owned that property. He said nothing has been missing off his property. So
Well, good. So then those guys got convicted, right? So
yeah,
justice was served, and it was like a jury of predominantly white people, right? So
justice ain't
justice was
served.
served.
Justice ain't finished serving yet until the sentence go down. They guilty of the charges, but we don't know how much time they're gonna get yet. That's when justice really gonna be served if they come back that all three of them got life. Now that's
Okay,
justice for
but
me.
do you not agree that sometimes people get life and then their sentences get commuted, both in white and black, for instances, and then they come out and they repeat offender? Like, I mean, yeah, I think that people, when they get life, they should get life. Um, I don't think that people should only serve like a third of their sentence and then get let out on parole. I don't agree with that. I think if
I
you're
don't I,
sentenced to something, you should get it.
I don't agree with it either, but to me it depends on why a person in prison for. If they just happen to be a passenger side of a driver that committed a murder and they just went down for accessory or something, yeah, he should get his time reduced because he ain't did the killing. He just was in a car and he didn't know the driver killed somebody. So
Whoa, what do you mean? Like if they're shooting from the car and they're driving and somebody has a
say
gun and they're
say me you come and pick me up, SG. Me and you gonna hang out the mall. But you murdered two people before you came and picked me up. Now we riding in the car
right,
together.
and they may get you for aiding and abetting or something and question you,
Yeah,
and hopefully you
yeah.
won't get in trouble for that. But there was also a case of Christopher Lane, okay? And Christopher Lane was an Australian kid. He was 22 years old, a white kid that was going to school, I believe it was Oklahoma, and because he had received a baseball scholarship and he was jogging and There was 3 black youth, all of them like between 16 and 17, that were bored. They were bored, and that's exactly what it was. How it's put, and they drove by him, and then the driver turned around so they could, slow down. Knew that they were gonna, shoot, and it wasn't called like a racially motivated crime. It was called a boredom crime, and one of those kids is out, and I mean, so I don't understand that. I mean, I do understand because I feel like it's the media that doesn't give out, the
The
stories.
media, the media don't give out all everything that happens to certain stories, and they do boost up shit, man, for no reason.
Yes, they do,
So
and they hype things, and I believe that.
some of these riots that happen, it also is the media fault because they be
Yes,
boosting up shit,
absolutely,
and they be lying.
absolutely,
And they'll twist words to make it seem better for the news because they want more views and shit. So
absolutely. And I
see,
feel like when they, um, point out that, an innocent black man was murdered by white men, I think that by, some vigilante white men chasing him with guns, I think that the sad part about it is that an innocent man was killed by men, regardless if he was black or white. I think that it's, sad when anybody dies at the hands of somebody and they're not, it's not a justified, there's not, it's not for any reason. I think that it doesn't matter to me what color they are. I think it's the crime itself that is disgusting. It's just as sad when an innocent white kid gets killed by a white person or a black person as when a 1-year-old gets killed by a black gang member in a drive-by shooting. They're both tragedies.
yeah, that's why I just live my life by truth and justice.
Right. And, I feel like,
A coworker asked me how I feel about Rittenhouse. I said, hey man, they shouldn't have jumped on the boy. He got mad when I said that. He got mad because he thought I was gonna say, "Oh man, Rittenhouse this, fuck Rittenhouse." They're like, "Hey, they jumped on him, so hey, he stood up for himself." I don't know why he brought that type of gun down there, but on camera, it shows that they jumped on Rittenhouse first, so he just used self defense.
but would you say that if it was, 2 black people that had jumped on him first and got killed?
Yeah, I would have said the same thing because I told you I'm truth and justice. That's how I live myself. Truth and justice. If 2 black guys jumped on Rittenhouse and Rittenhouse shot them, I would have said the same thing. They shouldn't have touched that boy. He just running, he just walking with his gun. I don't even know why he brought that fucking gun down there,
I
but
don't even know why they allow 16-year-olds to have, or, however young that kid was, to have a weapon like that. It shouldn't be okay for for
but
guns to be so easy
they
to buy.
they knew something was probably gonna. They had to know something was gonna go off. Why would they go tap Rittenhouse when he had that big gun on him? Most people wouldn't go up to somebody that have a big gun like that on them.
Well,
They
maybe
must.
they were, how they're calling. Hi, Karen. How they're happy Thanksgiving, Karen. Hi, Dominic. Well, how like they're making him out to be like some hero, some kind of vigilante. Here's the thing, though: those 2 people that he killed were Jewish, and I can't help but wonder if that's not why he got away with what he did. Because there, and I don't think that he should have been able to get 1.2 million in donations
Nah,
before the trial.
he shouldn't get no money at all. He just
No, he
got away
didn't.
doing what he did, but he shouldn't get no goddamn money at
I
all.
don't think he should have got away with what he did at all. I mean, basically, it's the same as saying that that here's those black guys chasing down. I mean, sorry, those white guys who chased down, the hombre guy with guns, and they tried to defend them. He tried to defend himself, and he got killed. So it's the same with the white guys. They saw that this, a white kid had a gun, and who knows? I mean, that maybe the guy was, who knows really, like what was going on and what he was saying,
Those
and that
those
it's
two
the same.
cases,
For instance,
those two cases is different because uh, on my Aubrey, they only ran up on him because he a black man in a white neighborhood. He walk running through a white neighborhood, and I don't even know why they got their fucking guns. But on the Rittenhouse shit, they ran up on Rittenhouse because I guess they thought that he'll be a bitch. He ain't gonna pull the trigger or whatever. But he showed them he ain't no bitch. He pulled that goddamn trigger. I don't even know what started why they ran up on him. No one know why they ran up on him. He just protesting. They ran up on him.
hi Zombie Queen, happy Thanksgiving. No, I didn't know those two Jewish guys. I don't think that any of the people that were rioting there knew Jacob Blake. I mean, those riots were over Jacob Blake, who was, being served a felony warrant, who was breaking a restraining order, and who was putting his children in danger and putting them in the SUV, and just walking away from the police. Like, and they tried, different methods for him to comply. So he wasn't like an innocent person. I mean, Jacob Blake, but look at what trickled down from that business. $50 million worth of damages to that Wisconsin city. I mean, $50 million worth of damages with you for somebody who was putting their children in danger and planning on taking off with his kids, and was his own, woman who was the mother had called the police saying, "Oh my God, this is going on, and this guy is, you know, taking his kids, and he wasn't supposed to be. He was putting them in danger. He wouldn't stop, and then a bunch of innocent people ended up losing their businesses, and their cars getting smashed. $50 million worth of taxpayers' money. Um,
Can anybody ask Ministry will she marry me?
the third guy aimed a gun at Kyle. I didn't see, but I mean, the guy had a gun, so if he was the third guy, wouldn't that mean that he was aiming a gun at him after he killed two people?
What case?
The Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, but it all like stems from a guy that, was breaking a restraining order, putting his kids in danger, and all of that. I mean, at the end of the day, none of that would have happened had this guy just not broke the restraining order and been taking it.
Only thing I could say for Rittenhouse is witness protection. You got to leave your goddamn the city that he living in. He got to leave that motherfucker because they coming for his head. People gonna whoop his ass, threaten his family. They gonna do like they did Casey Anthony when their daughter went missing. They went straight for Casey Anthony family, mom, dad, everybody got it. Yeah. So they're gonna be coming for Rittenhouse and his family. The only thing I can say for him is you got away with it, but you need to go on witness protection, buddy. Okay, you cannot walk the street in your neighborhood after what happened. You can't go apply for no job after what happened. You can't go back to school after what happened.
They're talking about freaking giving him like jobs and stuff, and he's got his 1.2 million. I mean, I don't think that
That
is
1 2 point
okay.
that 1 2 point million be gone quick.
You
I'm pretty
know,
sure.
yeah, it's
I'm
probably gonna have to go to his attorneys.
pretty sure
You
his
know?
turn take a lot of it. His mom and dad gonna buy them nice houses and cars. The only thing he might get out of it is a small two-door Honda.
But just let me ask you, like, with all this going on, have you ever heard of Tony Timpa?
Mm, I'm not into the crime like that, so
Well, that's the thing is that that's probably because the media didn't play his case, which happened in like 2013, uh, as much as they did. Might be a little later than that. Could be 2016, between there. In Texas, where he died the same way that George Floyd did. For 14 minutes, they had the knee to the neck, and they were laughing during the whole body cam footage.
wait a minute.
And
I think I heard about this case, but what was he a white guy laying in the grass and they tased him and he fell in the grass and they
no, he was already those what are they, the zip tie, like the zip tie things they put on. What are they?
oh yeah,
Like
cuff
handcuffs, but
right?
not, huh?
cuff cuff
Yeah,
ties
like
like
cuffs, but not. You know what I mean? Those, that kind of thing.
I
So
heard
he
about
was
this case.
already restrained. Huh?
I heard I heard about this case, but I ain't never knew the guy's name. I knew that the police put the zip ties on him and he
No,
was
the security guards did.
I heard it
Um,
was the police.
yeah,
He was laughing about it laying in the
yeah, they
grass.
were laughing. I mean, it's a stomach turning video, and it took 3 years for that mother to get, any of the body cam footage, and there was nobody convicted in that. Any kind of convictions were like overturned. Nobody was convicted,
Did,
and
did you
you
hear
know,
about the boy that was riding his little golf cart down the street and the police pulled him over and they put him and it was cold outside. They pulled him over, put him in the patrol car and let all the windows down, let him freeze for 2 or 3 hours before they let him go.
now where did that happen?
Um, I don't know. I think it was Houston or something like that. And he was riding his little golf cart and they pulled him
He
over
froze
from
in Houston.
and die. It was cold, and the police thought it'd be funny to put him in a patrol car and and keep all the windows down. They let him sit there for 2 hours before they let him go.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'll have to, like, what did they pull him over for? Did they say?
I don't know. I guess it's a law not to ride your golf cart in the street or something like that. I don't know. I just know
Yeah,
I watched
I'd have to
I
look
watched
it up. I didn't know about that case, but
I watching it on YouTube. A little white boy got they stopped him, put him in this patrol car, and it was cold. And they let the windows down patrol car and let that boy sit there for an hour or two in the cold.
that's crazy. Night ministry. I mean, throughout
If he
history,
was
there's been like so many injustices to people, in every country, really, that are so, prevalent, that I think that as a human, as the human beings, that we should care about each other no matter what color. When there's injustices, going on, it
can
should
you
be
tell
passion.
can you tell my beautiful wife I said good night?
Hmm. He lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and he said, um, hmm, uh, she loves your accent.
See, I can't
Hmm.
see this. I
You
can't
can
see
if you hit the comments, but don't hit the back button to to get out of there. Like you won't be able to, you'll see the comments. Don't hit the back button. Use the X though if you want to get out of the comments. You know,
okay.
yeah. Don't use the back button because it will kick you off. And with Zimmerman, right?
I can't stand Zimmerman, man. I don't even know where he at.
With obvious support and encouragement from the conservative right, Rittenhouse will strive. Exactly. And I think that, in the same sense, most criminals, like Charles Manson, for instance, does not get, like he didn't get, most criminals don't get to benefit or from their crimes like that, writing books and stuff like that. So I agree with Day Day there that he probably will end up, writing a book. I mean, I heard Flora was even thinking of making a federal holiday, the Kyle Rittenhouse. I feel like there was just some fucked up shit there. And that is funny that you say that about Zimmerman. Where is Zimmerman? um,
I don't know where
and
he
he
at.
was in,
He's staying
yeah,
low. He's staying out the news. But
he
when
didn't
that
get
first,
convicted for that.
nah, no, man, they did dirty shit.
Was he like, I mean, I'm just saying that I did read up on that, and now I've read up so much that there's like so many cases that I'm like, oh my god,
I,
there's so much.
I heard his wife left him and then turned against him by telling people in the news that uh he knew what he was doing. He knew right from wrong and all kinds of shit. That's what I heard. I heard his wife stuck by his side during the trial. But I guess, after the trial over with, I guess an argument happened about the money that people were supporting Zinman for. And I heard his wife left him and started telling news people that, you know, uh, he knew what the fuck he was doing and all kinds of stuff. And he was bragging about how he got away with murder. He was bragging about how he shot Trayvon and all that.
I'd actually have to look further into what happened with him because Zimmerman is a criminal
Yeah,
loser for life.
your wife gonna hurt your secret, keep your secrets while y'all together. Once y'all get divorced, she's gonna let it all air out.
Well, I think isn't it that they can't testify against their husbands, and that's why a lot of people would get married right before they were going, into a trial because there's some kind of a law that they can't be compelled to testify against their husband.
They may
So
they tried to buddy that sat on George Floyd neck. Him and his wife tried to get separated, but the judge denied that shit because they tried to get separated because he knew that he was gonna go down for it, and majority of his finance and money, I guess, was gonna get destroyed or something. So they tried to separate before the trial started to get portion of that money saved. So if he did get away with it, he can get his money back. But the judge denied to separate it.
and that was for that cop.
His wife Asian, and when it went down, everything was hot all up in the news. They
What do
tried to
you mean?
file for
Not that you can't, it's that you don't have to, right? That you don't have to. Okay, well,
they
okay.
they, they tried to get divorced to keep his finance locked down. But the
You know,
judge and will find
I
out
read
what
a
was
case one
wrong.
time where there was a judge that was, like a high powered judge that she was married to an attorney that would handle civil action suits. They were white and they had the attorney. Now the judge was crooked too. I'm sorry, the wife, she was crooked too. But
Okay, down here, a lot of crooked lawyers, a lot of crooked judge.
yeah,
Can't
he
trust.
didn't pay out the people, the victims. He ended up like stealing some of the money, and they actually did allow them, of course, right? to separate so that she could take some of the things, you know, their assets and everything, because he was going to be sued for millions because he wasn't giving his clients their money. But that is the same judge that there was a story I did where I feel like it was Texas, but I could be wrong. His name was like Zach Goldstein or Goldberg, something like that. And he was in jail. He was in jail, and he was a white guy. He was in jail, and they were like transferring him or doing something, and he tried to escape. And so when the cops, jumped on him, got on the lawn, he didn't really get far. I mean, not at all. They were, it's all recorded. They were saying, "Oh, when you get back, you're going to get a real welcome home party. You're going to get a real welcome home party." So, they bring him back to the prison and it's on camera. Okay. The corrections officers go into his cell. They're in there for like 20 something minutes. And then they come out and the guy was found hanging from the sprinkler system in his cell. Okay. And
That same thing they did. That same thing they did to that black lady. I forget what her name
Sandra
was.
Bland. Sandra
Yeah.
Bland. That was in Texas as well. And there is one of the, I think it is called the Travis County or something, the facility there, the prison facility there. They have quite a bit of prisoners that die in custody, white and black. And this particular judge, the coroner, the medical examiner who would do the autopsies for that prison, she said there was no way that the guy could have even reached the sprinkler system. And because of what was caught on camera and all of that, she had deemed it a homicide. And the judge said, no, it wasn't. And she would not, prosecute any of the, or even charge any of the police officer or the corrections officers that were involved in it. And and that the woman, the medical examiner, she could do no more. She couldn't contract with the prison anymore. She lost her contract, and if she spoke out about it, she owed each of those corrections officers $5,000. And if she spoke out about it again, she would lose her license to practice and all this stuff. And that is the same judge that her husband was ripping off his own client. I mean, there's so much crookedness, but I do believe that money plays a huge role in the decisions of so many cases, so many, for instances, the qualified immunity doctrine. After all those riots in Oklahoma, after the whole Kyle Rittenhouse, the whole Jacob Blake, those 3 police officers that shot him 7 times, Jacob Blake, none of them got charged with anything. They refused to indict them. So, and that's because of the qualified immunity doctrine. So all of that was just in vain, because at the end of the day, if they don't repeal the qualified immunity doctrine, then it doesn't matter. They will not, because if they, it's just so difficult. Good night, Ministry. Yeah, it's so, the justice system is where the problems really lie. That's where it really lies. Not even if it's not even race related, the qualify. I mean, they tried to make it race related when they brought it into action, like during the civil rights unrest during the 60s. But now, basically, it really just bites in the ass anyone that gets, brutalized by police officers or any government employee. Even little kids that are in juvenile detention centers that get abused by the corrections officers there have basically no right. It's really a
Tell
tough thing.
tell ministry good night.
Good night.
I'll be there. I'll be there in 30 minutes.
I don't think her husband would like that.
No,
She's married.
I wish he wasn't.
Have you ever been married? Do you have any kids?
Come on, SG. How long you know me? You know I ain't married.
Do you
You
have
know
any
I ain't got.
kids?
Remember,
No.
Blobby kept asking me those questions.
Like I can remember everything a Blavy asked. It's like she's got a whole freaking notebook of questions that she asks.
When last time you
Huh?
So when last time you heard from her?
She was in here the other night.
Okay.
I think it's, when you talk to me about things and you talked about that woman that got hung in the jail, and I knew her name right off. I mean, it's because I'm not racist. I'm not saying that, oh, it's okay on one end and okay on the other. I'm saying it's not okay as a whole, and that I do like read about and research like in detail, and sympathize with all of this that's going on. And I feel like, I don't know if you noticed that I had lost like 20 subscribers since I
Now,
started talking about this. Did you see that?
what happened?
Oh, I'm a racist now.
Why would you say it?
Nothing.
Then why would somebody put that tag on you?
Because me and Day Day were talking about, the riots and stuff. And, so, when posed a question and, me and Day Day had a disagreement, they automatically, that's what I'm saying. So, in actuality, I'm not do you think I'm a racist? Hi, Lemon Lime Wookie.
I don't know, SG. I don't be I don't be catching these things that you be talking about sometimes. So I don't know
Well, I
what
mean, you
I
can,
got.
but do you, I mean,
When
my
did
mother's boyfriend throughout, when I was growing up, it was a black guy, and um, yeah, on both sides, exactly, ministry, and
what
people would say, "Oh, my mother's an N lover" and stuff. Yes, there is, Lemon Lime Wookie, and because look at that, people would say to me, "My mother's an N lover." Right now, so that could be deemed as, so my mother's not racist. I'm not racist. I was a little kid. I accepted Lou, and yet here's other, white kids saying that to me,
who
right?
said it? Who said it to you? What subscriber said it to you?
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about subscribers. I'm talking about like I grew up where, I was raised by a woman who dated a black guy. So
Yeah, but I'm saying why who put that tag on you to call you that? What was the subject about that you and Day was talking about for your
the riot, the riots. So apparently, like we're not supposed to bring up the cops that kill white people. So you're saying that just because of my color, I'm supposed to feel like bad about it, Lemon? Is that what you're saying? Look in the mirror.
See, a lot of stuff is a touchy subject. That's why most people won't touch on this on certain subjects because they know that their subscribers will get angry about certain things. So that's why you see most people that have big subscribers, million subscribers, couple of thousands. some subjects that happen on the news, they just won't talk about it because they know if they talk about it, half of their subscribers gonna go.
Not necessarily, because Officer Tatum, he has thousands of subscribers. Hi, Ganjan. Has thousands of subscribers, um, and the Roland, what is his name? Roland Martin, is that his name? The one, he's got thousands of subscribers, and they can talk about the riots, they can talk about the things, and they get
Roland,
loads of support.
Roland Martin, he black, ain't he? I think I heard that name
Yeah,
before.
right. And so it seems like it's just, I don't know, because of my color, because you saw what Lemon Lime Lukey said, right? Look in the mirror. So because I'm white,
I tell you, I can't see the chat.
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what he said. Just because, um, he says, check my privilege and look in the mirror. Like, that makes me racist because I'm white. Basically, that's what he's saying, which I can't understand, because I've seen Burn Vision, where you go, Lemon, say screaming, saying, "Oh, in a country where I can't say the word," and he says the word, the N word, and yells it out loud, and Day Day's heard him, but I
Who?
don't see saying that Lemon to him, to Vern, but he uses the N word, and um quite
I just want,
frequently.
I just want to beat up Tom.
Tom Reed.
Tom,
Oh, he's horrible.
what he said to Bobby, I can't let it go. If I ever
Right, and
run
you
up on you,
saw how passionate I got about that, and I was like the only one in the room that was, not the only one, but one of them in the room that was like appalled, and then even appalled that Bobbles followed it up with saying it again, right? So I feel like the N word in itself, coming from anybody, it bothers me, even when I hear it said by, Nitty, who is very racist. You've seen Nitty, right?
is it the guy that like it's Nitty baby with two titties, baby?
Yes, yes. And he's very racist and very sexist, and he keeps talking about you white women's and this and that, and it's like,
Daddy, 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 long stroke.
right, but if you don't think that
He's a
him,
funny guy.
putting,
He's funny a little bit.
right, but he's very racist,
I
you
don't know.
know.
I watch Nitty sometimes. I don't watch him all the time to know this about him.
Yeah, he's racist, he's sexist, and for the most part, I mean, I don't mind the guy at all, but I just feel like that everybody, every race, every nationality, in many different countries goes through, if you're rich, no matter what color you are, if you're rich and you're born into a rich family, you're born with the privilege of wealth. And that gives, that could buy you anything, basically, right? So,
Oh, they talking about on the news that people breaking in stores and stealing stuff.
again, for what reason?
Just that they mob up. It might be 15 people go in a Gucci store, and 15 people in there. Security can't watch them like that, so they do a snatch and grab, take purses, everything
All
Gucci or
right,
whatever.
that's that lady, she a black lady. Black lady. She owns that thrift store where she has like a lot of Louis Vuitton stuff and upper end.
Or
Um,
these people hitting up high end. You ain't gonna never see them go to Walmart. These people going to Gucci,
yeah, but
Louis
that's a thrift
Vuitton.
store. It's a thrift store, and she deals with high end, secondhand. Like but Louis Vuitton and all that. And yeah, they're hitting that store up too. But that's a black woman, and she, is like, what do I do now, basically? I mean, and then that's how, good night, ministry. And that's, the
Good night, my
problem is that there was a lot of black businesses, Hispanic businesses, Korean business, lots of Asian business, that were these people's, that was what they, some of them can't come from countries where they could never have that opportunity to, you know, get a little bodega or whatever, a little store or whatever, and they get it,
I
and that's their
I
life.
don't know about that now because down here in Atlanta, most convenience stores and gas stations are run and owned by uh, foreigners.
Exactly. Um,
I
but
ain't
when
never,
I'm
I ain't never went into a black owned gas station. I don't think
there,
one.
I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with you because even around here, a lot of King of Ipswich. Yeah, he changed his name. He goes King of Itchwich, Itchwich, Ipswich. Yeah,
I joined,
from Georgia.
joined a team called the Secret Society now.
You're gonna call it what? The King of the Secret Society?
So I said that I joined a league of guys that we call ourselves the Secret Society now.
Oh, really? What is that? Like, what is it?
Just put it this way, most of these people have millions of subscribers, and they can they have that power to snatch somebody's channel down if they wanted to.
Oh, well, then they have it to bring somebody's channel up, then too, right?
Yeah, they could bring someone's channel up, bring it down. It depends
Oh, well,
on
good. Then you could tell them to bring my channel up.
these people go for
I mean, look at look at it on the opposite spectrum as for me, right? Okay, like Lemon was in here talking about I should look in the mirror for my white privilege, but the thing is like for the past year I've been fighting cancer, right? Cancer doesn't isn't prejudice. It'll go for anybody, any
now.
race, anybody, right? But look at how much shit I went through because of Tom Reed. Yep, right.
Yeah, like
And how much shit I went through for that. I would call that. I I would not call that white privilege. I would not call that any. First of all, having cancer is not a privilege.
no, it ain't.
Um, no, and then the injustices that I was put through just from people, like their whole bull crap that, I was laundering money, I was faking cancer, I was this and that.
How many
Um,
days? How many days out of the week you go chemo?
chemo's done.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I get
But I'm
auntie that.
saying all from the moment I was, they had the biopsy results. So it didn't matter, these were, I don't know what color, some of the people were, how people like behind their keyboard warrior thing, you don't know who it is, they change their names, whoever it is. Um, but, here I was, a white person. I wasn't given the privilege of support of being a white person. I wasn't given the privilege of not getting cancer because I'm a white person. So, and I also wasn't born into money. I mean, I was poor. I don't have money now. I was
I
poor
wish I,
growing up.
I wish I was born some money.
So do I. So do I. You
I pull
know.
up, I pull up to my job in a Rolls Royce.
So do I. Wish that, but to
Get my
feel like, the thing is that I was watching this, video where they were explaining, like, how do they deem, like, it seems like they can go either, no, it ended now, ministry, but, they,
man.
they were saying if a black man or a black person and a white person walked into a store and, and it was a white clerk, who do you serve first, the black person or the white person? some would say if you serve the black person first, it's because you didn't trust them to be wandering around the store alone while you're serving the white person. So you're
You know,
racist.
they did a video of that, but it wasn't black and white thing. It was a white a black guy and a white man went into a convenience store that was run by a Korean guy.
By a
And
what?
I said they did videos of that on YouTube where a black man and a white man go into a convenience store that's run by a Korean person. And they had cameras on them so you could see all this go down in real time. The Korean guy was watching the black man and he wasn't doing anything, just walking the aisles. The white guy that he wasn't watching was stuffing stuff in his coat, stealing. And then they walked up to front, and the white man opened his coat and pull out all the stuff and said, I could have got away with all this merchandise because you wasn't watching me. You were so focused on the black guy that wasn't stealing because you thought he would be stealing.
What kind of a neighborhood was it in?
Now it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube video.
Yeah, but what kind of a neighborhood was it in? Because here's the thing: is maybe if it was in a predominantly black neighborhood, most of his customers were black. So, and maybe his experience was that
I
that
don't know what neighborhood it was on, but if you type it in YouTube, it's several videos out there where they do demonstrations of a white guy and a black guy walking in the store. The black
okay,
guy
but
get
say that he was, it could have worked either way. Say he was watching the white guy and the black guy was stealing everything. It could have worked either way. But the thing I was saying was that they were saying if they had served the black guy first, it could be deemed that they didn't want to let him walk around the store while serving dealing with the white person's needs. But if they dealt with the black person first, it could be I'm sorry, if they dealt with the white person first, it could be because the guy's black and they're racist. So either way, it came out that it could be deemed as racist any way somebody wanted to look at it.
I get watch I get watching my store in my neighborhood, and these motherfuckers know I got a job, but they still watch me. Like, what the hell you watch me for? You better go watch these little kids that's running around here stuffing candy in their pocket.
Right. I mean,
I'm like, dude, I said, dude, you know where I work at, man. Why the hell I want to steal something? And you know where I work at.
that
But they
it,
steady watching me and stuff.
was he black, white? What was he?
Korean guy.
Oh, Korean guy. See, I don't know, but I do know that during the LA riots, there was quite a few Korean businesses that were destroyed. And there was quite a few, like the people that had burned up in Pep Boys, they were Korean. There was like a black person in there shopping, a customer and stuff. And, you know,
How they
for
burn? How they burn up in Pet Boys?
because they had set all this stuff on fire during the LA riots.
But Pet
And,
Boys, Pet Boy, every grocery store's gas station or car place like Pep Boys and the AutoZone, they have emergency exits. How come they can't run out the emergency exit?
and there was reasons, it could have been smoke inhalation, could have been anything. Maybe they were scared. There was shooters, like even, like the police, they abandoned the neighborhood, and I don't think that was okay to do. I think that's their job is to, if you're gonna, you know, if you're a fireman, you don't go, oh, this fire is too big, I'm not going to deal with it. You know, so them leaving the police station unattended is bullshit. They left the people in the community unattended. No matter what color they were. That's their job. I mean, my God. I just feel like I think that a lot of people who are looting, who are looting and busting these businesses and everything like that, are using this whole thing that's going on as a reason to do it. Knowing that in all the melee and with the
And,
whole, they won't
and
get
she
caught.
and she me, you should go and loot them with them.
No, I would never do that. I know right from wrong.
You
you know.
still you still Gucci pocketbooks. I'm gonna go take me a Rolls Royce. So I'm going straight to car dealership.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was your Rolls Royce, you wouldn't want anybody to take it from you.
They wouldn't, because if I had that type of money to buy a car like that, it'd be parked in my garage that's heavily security.
Right. So
I
really
have
the
a car
privilege
like
comes
that.
with having money, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you go to the Gucci and stuff and steal Michael Kors pocketbooks and stuff. I'm gonna go straight to the Rolls Royce dealership.
I mean, I don't know. All I know is that I don't understand that. Doesn't it bother you? Like, say that it was, somebody you knew in that particular store. Say you knew that black woman that had worked hard to start that store up, and now, and her her life stream is like destroyed. Would that
Everything,
bother you that it happened?
yes, but by me used to work in the stores like that, I know everything is insured in that store.
Yes, but the thing is that okay? For instance, when you get into a car accident and the insurance company appraises the damage on your car, and they say, well, they want to use factory part. They don't want to use. They're going to just use. They're not going to use the parts that originally came on your car. They're going to use cheaper parts. And they're
What
not giving you the amount that you really paid for it. You're kind of upside down now. You're fucked.
what, what
Um,
kind what kind of car it is, what year the car is, and what's the name of the insurance company?
what? That's what they're saying. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you, uh, what kind of car it is, what's the year of the car, and what's the name of the insurance company? That depends on if a person would take advantage of you and try to put old parts on your car.
No, it's not it's the insurance company that doesn't. Your car's never the same again. Let's just put it that way. And I mean, so here this woman's running a thrift store. So that even though they're Louis Vuitton pocketbooks, they're not going to give her the price of the Louis Vuitton pocketbook
And
because,
you said it's a thrift store.
yeah, yeah, it
Sound
was.
like sound like everything in that store is knockoffs.
No, it's high end. Like she only would accept.
Oh,
Um,
thrift stores usually sell knockoffs.
but I don't know. I really don't know that. But the thing is that we all know that insurance companies, then your premiums go up higher whenever they have to cover something for you, and that at the end of the day, it ends up getting made up on the consumer's back.
You might
Like
think you might think you be walking out of that store with a Gucci pocketbook, but in reality, you walking out with a hoochie pocketbook. Everything in the thrift stores be knockoffs, especially down here.
yeah, I really don't know. I'm just saying, like, the way the insurance companies work, that even if somebody is like stealing from, boosting from the local, Walmart or something, at the end of the day, the consumers end up paying what they lose in,
You
the
gotta go.
difference in the price.
You gotta go. You always you most of the times you cannot trust a store owner. Sometimes store owners hide their own merchandise to rip off the insurance money. I know a dude that sell car rims hid his car rims and say they got stolen just to knock off the insurance money so he can get the insurance money, and then he'll sit on for like a month to make sure it die down and bring them rims right back in the store and try to sell them.
Right. And that's the thing. And because of things like that, that's when people who really need the insurance to cover some kind of a loss, why they don't get the loss, the coverage that they should, because of people who have run scams, like they heard it for everyone.
So you have to call loss prevention on that. They have to do some research because most of these store owners, they will hide their own merchandise just to try to rip off the insurance monies.
I get that, but I just feel like, it's hard for the city itself to rebuild, the damage that gets done, as a whole, it it gets it falls basically on our backs, all of us. You work, you pay taxes. It usually ends up falling on the general population's back.
Yeah, but did you know half of those riots, some of the stores that got burnt down did not get burnt down by the people that were doing the protesting. Some of them got burnt down by the people that own the place because they
Yeah,
going
you
into
could be right. Yeah,
they
absolutely, you could
they go
absolutely be right.
debt. They claiming bankruptcy, so they burn their damn building down and try to collect the insurance money because they know they're going bankrupt.
Right, and that could absolutely be true. But the thing is because of that, that's what some of the insurance company will use to get out of paying somebody who is actually legitimately making a claim and really does need the
I
you
had
know
a
the
dude, I had a business owner tell me in my face that if a riot ever broke out close to where he stay at, I mean close where his business at, he would burn it down and lie and say that the people that riot burn it down just to collect insurance money. I had an owner tell me in my face that he'd do that. He'd burn his own business down, blame it on the riot just to collect the insurance money.
and the thing is what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense because that during that time was during the pandemic and quarantine. So I bet you a lot of restaurants and, small businesses were probably having a hard time staying afloat because because a lot of small businesses and small restaurants did close down because of the loss of income during the pandemic
Yeah, I
and
know.
quarantine.
I used to work for a hotel. The hotel lost a lot of business, and they had to put us on unemployment, and they kept us on unemployment for I think 6 months until they eventually had to let us go. So
That's a really interesting point that you just made because that is interesting. It would be interesting to find out if some of the people that initiated the fires were business owners that were going bankrupt
I,
and find out,
I can't
if that wasn't part of it.
I can't say the name of this hotel, but it starts with M.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that big M on the emblem for the logo. So I can't say the name of the hotel. Well, it got an
I
M
know
on
who
it.
it is. Yeah, I know who it is. We have one down this way.
I,
Yeah,
I like to tell them is thanks a lot, you dirty motherfuckers, for get rid of me. Even though I was employee of the fucking year, I bounced back and now I'm at a hospital job. Get money,
what did
bitch.
they say they got rid of you for?
Now, the pandemic happened. I won employee of the year 2 months before the governor shut down Atlanta. And that's what caused that hotel lose a lot of business. And they start putting us on unemployment, laying us off. And they kept us on unemployment for 6 months until they had no choice but to let us go.
Right.
Hey,
Isn't that just, I feel like that whole thing put so many people at stake of
how you gonna let go of an
everything
employee for the year? But
because
guess
they
what?
ended up closing down anyway, right? I mean, so basically,
I,
every employee,
I bounced back. Now I'm at a hospital job. Did you know that they called me 6 months after I landed that hospital job to come back to that damn hotel? I laughed and
Oh,
hung up my face.
oh, so they didn't close up all the way.
No, they shut down because they lost a lot of business. But when the pandemic was getting a little bit in control of the situation, they start gaining business back and they start calling a lot of people back that they let go. Some people went back. Some people already landed another job before they called. And I was one of those people that landed another job before they called me. And I laughed in their face and hung up on them.
And that probably felt good for you to do that, right?
Feel good.
Right, yeah, see? So, if they actually worked out better, funny how something, can work out for the best, right?
I I go kick that emblem off they damn sign.
Kick
I,
the emblem off their sign. And the thing is those people, they're probably like millionaires and they don't even really have any kind of
they
clue
don't
about.
care. They're probably eating steak dinners while their employees suffering at home in noodles.
Right. I think a lot of, there's a lot of underlying factors and everything that goes on everywhere. And it's, it's the point that, like, you know, me talking about this is just, uh, my opinion. Oh, sorry, dog. Sorry, Roscoe. It's just like my opinion, but um, I feel that if we all don't support each other in recognizing, the issues, that then the issues will never change. And so for me to because I'm talking about things like this, and for me to oh, suddenly I'm this horrible person and lose 20 subscribers, um, that's not really supporting people. But look, here you are, King, and Day Day, and people, and it's just that I think that's pretty shitty that some people can talk about some things and other people can't. You know, I mean,
How
if
much?
once when we become silent, that's when fucking things get all fucked up.
When did this day happen that you lost your 20 subscribers?
Just the other day.
I must have been at work when this happened. God, usually I watch your replays when I don't have nothing to do or whatever. I'll go back and watch your replays.
Yeah, just the other day because just even like earlier tonight, the first comment I got was, I don't know who the person was, came in telling me, you sound stupid, you're a racist. And I'm like, how am I a racist? I was sitting there talking about a black lady professor from Vanderbilt University that, was making some very good points on things, and how I was just I wasn't saying anything racist. I was quoting what a few black people had said in videos I'd been watching. And
Is these long time subscribers or new people?
I don't know. They don't tell you.
Oh, so they don't say how long they've been subscribed to you before they when you go check their
No,
page.
they don't tell people like who, there's, yeah, no, they don't tell you that, who they
I'm
are.
I'm not a big YouTuber. I make my money by old fashioned way working. But if I was a big YouTuber and I have a whole bunch of subscribers, I will watch what I say because I know some people might get angry about what I say. So certain
Yeah, but
subjects,
am I saying anything to make you angry?
nah. I'm just saying that if I had a whole bunch of subscribers, certain things, certain topics, I just won't talk about. Like I wouldn't talk about the George Floyd thing or the our Avery thing. Some stuff I wouldn't talk about if I had a whole bunch of subscribers. But I'm not a YouTuber.
Well, yeah, but Bobbles talked about it, and
And look what
other
happened to her.
people. Nothing.
I heard she lost. I heard she went down at the time left.
Oh, I don't know, but I mean, nobody like called her anything. I don't understand why, some people can talk about current events and, you know, other people can't. It's just, I'm not saying it. I'm saying that I think all over the world, people are suffering injustices. There's still kids that are starving in Ethiopia.
You got to blame the government for that.
Huh?
I said you got to blame the government for that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And that blaming the government for a lot of things in a lot of different countries is actually, there you go. That's it right there.
Did you know those commercials where it show people starving in different countries and they tell you, to donate a dollar or two? Did you know some of it don't really go to them?
Yeah. A lot of those charities rip people off.
I heard Big Cross is the biggest one.
Red Cross? Oh, I know.
Red Cross is the biggest scam.
Yeah. Exactly. I heard that too.
They
But I
sitting
will
on
tell you
millions.
that the Red Cross, when our house burned down when I was, like I think I was like 10 years old, our house burned down, and the Red Cross, they helped my family out quite a bit, by putting us up in a hotel till we found somewhere else and helping out and replacing some clothes, you know. So everything has its good and bads, I guess, right?
Yep. It depends
Yeah.
on it's the government. It's
Or I guess
their
who's in charge at the time, right?
it's their government and it's our government. Why some people are struggling like that?
Exactly. But here's the thing: there's also things that
But
the
they
government gives that could help people give a hand up, depending on the but also what they had said in some of the videos I was watching was, but to depend on the government too much, they're gonna just give you the minimal, really. So that would really be oppression, to depend on them too much. You got to kind of,
I,
make
I
good choices, work hard.
I like our government more than the rest of the country's government because some countries' government they go by that old school, pull you up by your bootstraps or something like that. That means if you struggling like that, it's your own fault. They won't help you nowhere.
That's
But I,
what they were
yeah,
saying, was that at the end of the day, this really is one of the better countries to live in. So,
yeah, we get a lot of help from the government over here, especially if you have kids.
what was that?
I said we get a lot of help from the government over here, especially if you have kids.
Right. And when there's children starving in other countries, and people who live in those countries that are just, dying to get over here, and, then suddenly their schools are shut down and all that shit. I mean, there's a lot of, things that go on. And I just feel like at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who come from those other countries that come here because of the fact that this really is supposed to be the land of opportunity if you work hard and make good choices, and hopefully things will be okay. But it seems like things aren't getting okay. you know I mean, I do see a lot of successful people in any race, really, and I see a lot of people who aren't successful in any race. I think it's a shame that what's going on over there, though. I can't even I just, that that how is it possible that that government over there, the Ethiopian children still starving, and UNICEF is there, but the government over there is, blocking the, way for UNICEF to get any food reports in. That's just sad. A sad day.
Yeah. Have you ever sent money to one of those countries?
Have you ever what?
Sent some money to one of those countries. Support.
Um, King, stay on. I have to go out and come back in.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
I can't hear you.
I said, yep. You can hear me now? Hello, everyone. Who's live tonight? Did my wife leave? Damn, I think she did leave.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi. Okay, now I can hear you. When my phone rings, it kicks me out. It's fucked up. Well, here's the thing, like you're saying about the whole, some of those, the funds don't go to them, and with the government being in control of all of that, it's difficult to know if your donations would even be going there, correct? I mean, and then, uh, I give more to like animals, things like that, animal charity.
Hey to my beautiful wife. Then I thought you were going to bed. What happened?
Keeps coming back because she likes the conversation.
I told you go
Yeah,
to
I
bed.
mean, I think we have pleasant people here, and if whoever decides that they don't want to be here, that's their decision. They're entitled to their own opinion. I'm sure we'll make up the last subscribers, correct?
Surprised you ain't hitting the Black Friday sales, SG.
No, I know. I never do that. Do you?
Yeah, online. Cyber Monday and Black Friday sales online.
Online, yeah. See, I mean, I went to this thing tonight that she says she's laying here listening and can't resist. Ministry says. I went to this thing tonight with last night with my daughter, like a Christmas light display. They have it every year, and usually they'll charge at the gate. Like it's a drive-through thing. You drive through it. Usually they'll charge at the gate, but this year they're only doing people who have bought tickets prepaid online. And you should have seen the line for it was nothing. Usually the line is like really long, of cars to get in. But because I think because they're doing that, making it be online, that people, I feel that, that's pretty shitty. What if somebody doesn't have a computer? What if somebody doesn't have a credit card? What if somebody doesn't want to give their credit card information online? Why can't they use cash, just get in anymore? It's like, that's
That's why I stick with Amazon and Amazon only.
why. What protects you through Amazon?
A lot of security questions I have down where they can get my card. And I've been
Yeah,
with
I just get too scared using the card online and everything. I don't like any of that.
I've been with Amazon for a long time now.
I've never even bought anything from Amazon.
I love buying stuff online because it shows like it's Christmas every time you get a package.
I hear it, yeah. I just don't even really have the financial ability to be buying offline and all that.
Especially if you order a big package They'll bring it to you 18. Well, you got a big FedEx coming down your street. Everybody looking like, what he at? What he got? What he got? He's
Has
told
any
to
of
go.
your stuff ever been stolen?
Nope.
No. That's
But
another issue too, with people getting
but
their
they did.
packages stolen.
But they did ride back to the warehouse with my stuff because I have dogs, and you know, some FedEx is scared of dogs. So if they see dogs in the front yard, they'll drive right back off with your package. And they'll
What
come
kind of
to me,
dogs do you have?
pit bulls, pits,
Oh yeah, how many?
three,
Huh?
three, two boys, one
3.
girl.
Wow. Do you breed them?
The girl, she gets out the gate, and every now and then she go do her thing and come back.
And then they're not like full pit bulls. They're just like a mixed dog.
Nah, they full blood.
No, I mean when the dog gets out the gate.
No, because she has a pit bull boyfriend that she always mess around with. She get out to
Get
go to
out of
his,
town, really?
yeah, she'll break out the yard and go to his house down the street.
She goes to his house down the
Yeah.
street.
It's,
That's so funny. Oh
and
my
it's pit
God. She doesn't like the other 2 pit bulls that live with you. She has no interest in them.
the the uh, the the one I have, mine's that's her son. So
Oh yeah. Well, that's good that they don't have an interest in each other then.
yeah,
You don't
but the
dog fight them, do you?
nah, but we have to keep them separated though, the boys, because I guess pheromones that the female uh off on her body gets the boys wild up and they fight every now and then. So we have to keep them separate.
Really?
Yeah.
My
They don't
friend has
fight.
a pit bull. It's the sweetest dog, I swear to God.
They don't fight when she in the house. But if she outside with them and the pheromones she give off her body, they'll start fighting. I guess trying to see who's the dominant or who's the dominant, who's the submissive or whatever.
Did you adopt them? Are they rescue dogs?
Nah, nah. They were born and raised in this house.
All of them?
Yeah, I got three, which mean y'all.
Well, I mean, like, so you must have had pit bulls for a long time, like that if they were from a litter in your house, right?
Yeah. I had before we got into pit bulls, I had a little furry dog named Snowball. He was so cute and friendly. You could
Oh,
stick you could stick your hand out here and get your paw. But
oh.
by me living in an aggressive, wild neighborhood, that didn't play too well. Somebody somebody, came to the yard and tried to break in my house. Laugh at him because he was too friendly. He was a cute, friendly dog named Snowball. All white, but he didn't have no aggressiveness in him. So I guess that's what made him start laughing. He all bark,
How
no
you
bite.
know they laugh?
Somebody told me. Somebody told me
Oh,
I like. They like these people over here think your dog a bitch. He do all that barking, but he won't bite or something like that. No, I told you I
Ministry
live.
says she's gonna break out and come to your house.
Who?
Ministry.
She gonna break out. You can break out, come to my house.
Like your dog.
Oh yeah, she could come out. She could come over here.
You know how you said your dog breaks out and goes to see your little boyfriend?
Ministry, you could come to my house anytime.
What kind of dog
She,
was it? Was it one of those what do they call Frisian, the
say
white
what?
dog? The little
Uh,
white dog that you had.
uh, he wasn't small. He was a big white dog. It's a Grand Pyrenees or something. I can't pronounce it, but
Oh,
he
it was a
was
big dog?
yeah. He wasn't that big, medium size. He just was too
Oh, those
friendly.
Pyrenees. Oh my God, those are big dogs. Did he drool?
Nope.
Really? Oh, wow. Those Pyrenees mountain dogs, aren't they?
Yeah, he was all white. Some people thought I should have named him Cocaine.
Cocaine.
he was dead.
The devil's dandruff.
Well, he was somebody. He died because somebody poisoned him.
No way, really?
Yeah, he do a lot of barking. So when people walk by, I guess people got tired of doing the barking, so they threw some food over the gate laced with rat poison or something.
Fucking awful. Did you ever find out who it was?
But nope, they got away with it.
That's
I know.
mean.
Last time I seen my dog, I was heading to work. He was sitting on the front porch chilling. I rub his
Oh,
head
you
and
would
say,
leave him out all day?
"Nah, put him. Bring him out in the daytime. Bring him out in the day and bring him in the night."
And he would just bark all day?
And when you walk by the gate, you know how dogs get when people walk by the house.
Well, yeah, of course. That's a natural thing. That's just somebody being a dick.
And so somebody threw some food over the gate laced with rat poison, and he got sick and passed away.
That's
I
fucked
was
up.
so I was so mad, so damn mad that I went around the neighborhood looking for whoever did it. I didn't even know who did it. I just was looking. But they goddamn ass poisoned my damn dog.
Now you know that antifreeze can poison a dog too, right?
Yeah, but somebody told me that it had to be rat poison.
Like always make sure that you don't have any antifreeze in your like on your driveway if your car leaks any or anything. Because if a dog drinks, licks the antifreeze, which is sweet, so they could die that way.
Ministry, you want to come over my house?
Come on. She lives in Detroit. Well, not Detroit. I'm sorry, Michigan.
You could come over anytime.
Have you ever been to Detroit?
I thought about going up there to see someone that live in Flint.
Oh yeah, yeah. Have you been? Hi, hi. I'm about. Have you
You know what I'm talking
been
about.
over to Debbie's lately?
Say what?
Have you been over to Debbie's lately?
I don't know where Debbie stay at.
No, I don't mean over her house. I mean her channel.
Talk to Debbie every day.
Yeah, I haven't seen her lately. She hasn't been over lately. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm about is in England, actually.
yeah, I'm gonna go see someone that live in Flint.
Yeah, Debbie hasn't been over here lately, actually. I
Well,
really haven't been like going on anybody's,
back to
anybody's, huh?
back to ministry.
Back to
And
ministry.
you know,
Uh, shit,
what you
funny.
got on?
Yes, I have. She's a fitty. What's a fitty?
Who a fitty? Who said who a fitty?
I fancy her. Is he talking about Debbie?
I wouldn't know what ministry is where.
Oh, Deb. She's saying. She hangs out over at Stephanie D, though I don't know her. Stephanie D.
Oh, Stephanie, baby girl.
Is
That's my
that
heart.
Sassy Sweet? Is that who that is?
Stephanie and Bridget. Those my girls.
Okay. What about Miss Passion? Do you go over there?
Hell no, 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 hell no. Her channel need to get snatched down. Her and Byron talk a lot of shit for no reason.
Yeah, they're always like on there fighting and shit.
Miss
That's why I
Passion,
don't like all of that,
Miss Passion went around telling everybody that I was jealous because she chose Byron over me. I ain't never liked Miss Passion. I don't even know where the hell she got that idea from.
She's probably just saying that shit.
Went around telling the whole whoever listened to her that I was jealous that she chose Byron over me. And I don't even know where the hell she got that from because I ain't never liked the Miss Passion. I ain't never flirt with Miss Passion. I ain't never asked her for a phone number. I never did none of that. I don't even know what the hell she got idea from.
She also came up with, the anybody can have a pore. I don't even know if she has cancer. I mean, it's like anybody can get a haircut. I didn't have a haircut. I was bald. You know, it's like really, yeah. They come out with some fucked up shit. A lot of people do on YouTube.
She came at me
Dominic says that antifreeze they made it so that it's not sweet anymore.
I ain't free anymore.
No, it's not sweet anymore.
Oh, now,
Yeah.
I remember watching 2 murder cases where 2 women that was married to their men husbands poisoned their husband with antifreeze.
Yeah, I saw one where the lady was actually poisoning her daughter with it
Yeah,
too. She
she,
had killed the father that way.
first she poisoned. She killed her first husband that way. Got away with it. She killed her second husband. That's when autopsy started to come up. And then she tried to kill her daughter. After she wrote a suicide note on computer, try to blame it on the daughter, saying that I killed
Yeah,
my shit like that. But she got caught because one, the when the suicide note was written on the computer, her daughter was at school. So the police did their investigation and determined that this suicide note was typed and on the computer knowing their daughter was at school. So there's no way in hell that her daughter could have wrote that suicide note on the house computer while she was at school. So that led back to the mom. And also, she didn't spell antifreeze right. She
yeah.
spelled
She kept
it
calling it antifree, antifree.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's also
we saw the same thing. And the thing was too, she kind of like left it in the glass in the husband's, the bedroom. Remember, she said, "Oh, he's in there. He committed. I think he might have killed himself or something."
Alexa
And
notification.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. A shipment will arrive today.
Thank you. Know what you're saying?
yes, I heard her. What did you order?
Oh, Black Friday stuff.
And you're already getting it?
Hey, I'm an Amazon Prime member.
Wow.
I ordered this 2 days ago, so
Oh, okay. Yeah. I watch a lot of those crime shows. What's your favorite crime channel that you watch?
uh sometimes I watch Court TV. I watch this show called Snap. I watch Wives with Knives, uh Killer Women, Behind Mansion Walls, stuff like that. A lot of
Mm.
it's 90 channel stuff.
Yeah, I like those. I like that. I like that show. That chapter. It's called with the Irish guy. You ever watch that one?
Uh,
Oh, he's pretty funny.
I
I
started back
mean, it's
watching
a crime
CSI.
show, but he's funny the way, like the stuff that he says, like in between, and the looks on his face. He just cracks me up.
Ministry. You're Amazon Prime member too.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Ask
People were killing people with
ask her what she
antifreeze.
ask Ministry what she wearing right now.
Oh my God. You can hear you, you can ask her yourself.
I can't see the chat. But
Well, I'll read it to you. But Ministry, what are you wearing right now? A bathrobe, curlers, a scarf, slippers.
that's a
I
turn
just
off.
described my mother. So, how come you didn't go to your family's house for Thanksgiving?
My mom passed away, my auntie passed away, and those two was doing all the holiday stuff.
Right, right.
So when they passed away, the bridge broke. So most of my family, we
Well,
see
that's
each
too
other,
bad.
every now and then, but all the get together parties and holiday stuff, all that's gone.
Look what you started in the room now. Now they're thinking of Ministry in a pink song.
It lace.
Oh my gosh.
Ministry over here thinking about you now.
You got them all going now in there.
Hey, Ministry, tell Ministry I got a queen size bed with a name on it.
With her name on it. Yeah, he wants to go there and do some preaching.
Preaching is gonna be more than preaching.
Look at you guys in here now. Dominic, Ministry, I'm about, how was your Thanksgiving? How is it living in England now? I'm about. I used to love living in England. I really did. I loved the food. I was just thinking about the English food the other day. I miss it. What's your favorite food, King?
Oh, my favorite food?
Yeah.
Fried chicken.
Is it fried chicken?
Yes, it's chicken.
It's chicken. You ever see Dave Chappelle in his skit when he was talking about fried chicken?
Yeah. I like
Wasn't
chicken
that funny as hell?
I like fried chicken because it's delicious, not because I'm black.
Did you see that though? It was hysterical. He goes, but you're the king. Where's the king size bed? Ministry said. Not Dave Chappelle.
My bed. I was gonna get one Ministry, but it's too damn large. I can't fit in my room because I have a whole bunch of stuff in my room. If you go on my page, you'll see my room layout. But I'm gonna.
You have a lot of musical equipment, don't you?
Computer stuff and stuff like that, technology stuff. But I tried the queen size bed set that comes with the king size bed, the dresser, the 2 nightstands or whatever. But my room ain't that damn big, so a king wouldn't fit in there. It wouldn't fit in there by itself. If I would have bought the bed by itself, it would fit. But with the dresser, with the mirror, the 2 end tables and stuff like that, my room too damn small for that.
King beds are huge. I like a good curry too. A good Indian curry.
So I got a queen size sleigh bed.
Oh, a sleigh bed, huh?
With a Ministry name on it.
Ministry says you're gonna need to get a new house for her though.
Oh, I get a new house.
So you can fit the king size bed.
So she come over and we do some stuff.
You guys are too much. What's Enda King? Dominic said. Wait, oh, in a pink song and a king?
Pink
or is it something else we're talking about? You can't just say, oh, I know, isn't it? Oh, God. I watched some of those documentaries on the United Kingdom now, and it's really, it's changed. It has changed. I can't believe they have legal red light districts, and they just seem like they're run by by the government and gang. Like, terrible, man. The healthcare isn't the same. The safety of it isn't the same. Oh, you made meatballs and pasta, baked rigatoni. That sounds good. I like a lot of cheese in it. Yeah, Dave Chappelle, and he goes, he goes, he was reading something that said that black people were predisposed, black
chicken.
people like fried chicken, and he goes, all this time I thought I liked fried chicken. Turns out I'm just predisposed to liking it.
He said he went in the restaurant. He said the dude behind there said, "You're gonna get the chicken." And he like, how does this dude know I'm gonna get the chicken? He like, come on, buddy. When you walk in here, everybody knew you were gonna get the goddamn chicken. I like chicken because it's delicious. Predisposing love chicken because I'm black.
And he takes the microphone and he's pretending to be eating it, and he goes, "Look
Yeah.
at it. He loves it."
Look
That was one of the funniest specials I had ever seen. I mean, I was dying. He's funny. I think Dave Chappelle is wicked funny. Get out of town, I'm about. I don't know what the hell that person is talking about. Or not. Um, yeah, it's
at
so funny. Oh, Dominic, yeah, look it up. What is the name of your channel now, King?
same. Just type on my click on my whatever name or whatever profile, whatever it come up.
You can't, not anymore in the live stream. You
I
can't
guess
go to somebody's channel from the.
just go to uh Secret Society or whatever. I don't know how to do it from the phone.
Dominic, can you drop his link?
But I missed
All
the
right,
old.
ministry.
I
I
missed the
don't
old.
know who this person is. I feel like I'm about is the same person that used to be the Tasha Harris song. That would say they were cooking crizzle or whatever.
Ministry, get up and come lay down at my house.
Oh God.
No, you want to.
Who's your favorite comedian? I'll find you. It's a secret society. Is that what you called it? King? King? Hello? King? How come I can't hear him? King? Did he disappear? I'll look for it. The Secret Society? Where? Let me see. The Secret Society. I think it was easier to find it when it was King of Ipswich. Yeah, there's like a load of secret society. Yeah, that's not coming right up. I'm at his house. Oh, with the eyeball. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, yeah, sorry. Anyway, so, oh, your phone died. Okay. I know. Okay. I'm gonna get going anyway. Thank you so much, you guys, for hanging out with me, and I really appreciate everything, the conversation. I don't know where I'd be without talking to you guys sometimes. You really have helped me through some really tough times. So I appreciate your ministry. I appreciate you, King, Dominic. I'm about your new. Stop talking about crack. Pink, if you're listening still. Day Day, if you're still listening. Karen that has popped in. Anybody that I'm missing, I'm really sorry. But even for the people who aren't here, I appreciate you guys too. Oh, hi, Throwback. I'm sorry, I was just ending. I appreciate you very much too, Throwback. Stop it. I'm about. Stop it. Have a great day, you guys, and happy Thanksgiving again. I'm thankful for you guys. Peace, love, and tacos.